The wind howled outside the small cabin, shaking the wooden walls as if the Arctic itself were alive and angry. It wasn't the kind of night for anyone to be out, but Isaac sat hunched over his desk, his trembling fingers tracing the edges of an artifact he couldn't understand. It was cold to the touch, unnaturally so, even in the freezing air of his study. A jagged piece of metal, like a shard of a weapon long forgotten, glinted under the flickering light of a kerosene lamp. There were markings on it, symbols that seemed to shift and writhe when he stared too long. Isaac wasn't sure how it had ended up in his possession. It had arrived in a package with no return address, just a note, "It begins where the world ends." He couldn't sleep after that. The words ran through his mind at night, a quiet chant whispering in a language he didn't know but somehow felt he understood. He wasn't superstitious, but there was something about the artifact, about the weight it carried, not just physical, but something else, something that sank into his chest like an anchor. The first vision came a week later. It wasn't a dream. Isaac had always been a rational man, grounded, someone who believed in hard evidence and facts. But there was no denying what he had seen. A vast, endless plain of ice stretched out in every direction. The sky was painted with ribbons of green and purple light, moving like living things. And then, in the distance, a shadow, impossibly large, moved across the ice. It wasn't a creature. It couldn't be. It was something older, something colder. When he woke, the room felt wrong. He couldn't explain it, but it was as if the walls themselves had shifted closer, as if the air had thickened around him. The artifact sat on the desk, undisturbed, but it seemed brighter somehow, sharper. Isaac swore it hummed softly, like a breath just on the edge of hearing. He tried to push it aside, to carry on with his work. He was an archaeologist, after all. His days were spent cataloging artifacts and writing papers, not chasing ghostly visions. But the dreams through visions kept coming. Each night, he saw more. A ship trapped in the ice, its sails frozen solid. A cavern carved into a glacier, its walls lined with bones that gleamed like polished ivory. And always, the shadow. Watching. Waiting. One morning, he woke to find frost creeping up the walls of his cabin, even though the heater was running at full blast. His breath puffed out invisible clouds, and when he touched the artifact, it burned with a cold so intense it left his fingers numb. That was when he knew he couldn't ignore it anymore. Across the world, halfway to the opposite pole, Eevee was staring at a map spread across her kitchen table. The Antarctic had always called to her, not for its beauty, but for its emptiness. She'd grown up surrounded by noise, chaos, the endless churn of city life, and she hated it. But this was different. What she was staring at now wasn't a map of places she knew. The lines were jagged, the coastlines warped. It was a map of a place that didn't exist, or shouldn't. It had been sent to her by her estranged father, a man she hadn't seen in 20 years. He had always been eccentric, obsessed with stories of ancient gods and forgotten worlds. His last letter, mailed from an Antarctic research station, had been strange even for him. Eevee, it had read, "This is the end of everything." The map was smudged with what looked like dried blood. Eevee didn't want to think too hard about that. She had thrown it in a drawer at first, deciding she didn't care. But then the dream started. A landscape of ice and fire, jagged cliffs rising into a black sky. Creatures moving through the blizzard, their eyes glowing with a faint, blue light. And voices. Low, guttural, calling her name. The strangest part wasn't the dreams themselves, horrifying as they were. It was the pull. Every time she woke, she felt it. An ache deep in her chest, a need to go south. To see it for herself. To understand what her father had been chasing, and why it had cost him his life. Back in the Arctic, Isaac was losing himself. He stopped going into town, stopped calling his colleagues. The artifact had become his world, its symbols burned into his mind. He began sketching them in the margins of notebooks, carving them into the wooden walls of his cabin. They made no sense, and yet he knew they were important. One night, he heard the voices. Soft at first, almost like the wind. But they grew louder, more insistent. They spoke in fragments, broken phrases that made his skin crawl. The ice remembers. It waits. The shadow rises. He covered his ears, but it didn't help. The sound was inside him, vibrating through his bones. Far to the south, Eevee was packing a bag. She didn't know why, she just knew she had to. The map was spread out on her bed, and though she had studied it 100 times, tonight it looked different. The bloodstains seemed fresher, the lines sharper. Her fingers traced the outline of an unmarked mountain range, and she felt a jolt, as if she'd been shocked. She saw something then, not a dream but a waking vision. An endless sea of white, broken only by the dark, looming peak of a mountain that seemed to rise forever. Snow swirled around it, but at its base, she could see figures, hundreds of them, maybe thousands. Their shapes were indistinct, but she knew they weren't human. Isaac's breaking point came on a night when the cabin walls seemed to freeze solid, the wood groaning under the weight of the cold. The artifact began to glow, a pale blue light that filled the room. For the first time, Isaac heard a name, whispered over and over by the voices, Svalbard. He didn't pack much. He didn't think he needed to. There was only one thought in his mind now, one purpose: he had to go north. The artifact was heavy in his hand, heavier than it had ever been. Eevee left her apartment the same night. She couldn't explain it, but the thought of staying behind was unbearable. The map felt warm against her chest, tucked into her jacket pocket. Outside, the city seemed quieter than usual, as if the world itself was holding its breath. Neither of them knew what waited for them. But they both felt it, in the depths of their souls. Something was waking, something vast and ancient. And it had been waiting for them. The library felt colder than it should have, the air heavy with the scent of old paper and mildew. Isaac tightened his coat as he ran his fingers along the dusty spines of books, their titles barely legible through years of wear. There was a silence here that didn't feel peaceful. It was the kind of silence that wrapped around you, made you feel watched, like the walls themselves were keeping secrets. He wasn't even sure what he was looking for. The texts were scattered, mismatched, written in languages he couldn't fully translate. But something about them felt connected, as if the authors, separated by centuries and oceans, had all seen the same thing. The first story came from a journal, its pages brittle with age. It belonged to a whaling captain, a man hardened by years of hunting in the icy waters of the Arctic. The entry was short, almost frantic, as though written in a hurry. "We saw it at dusk," it read. "A shadow beneath the ice, larger than the ship. It moved with purpose, circling us, watching. The men swore they heard a low hum, like the sound of a giant bell, but I heard nothing. Only the silence before it struck. The captain had survived, barely, but most of his crew hadn't. He described the creature as something between a whale and a serpent, its body lined with spines that glowed faintly under the water. He called it Svarthvor, the black whale. The name alone sent shivers down Isaac's spine. Eevee, on the other side of the world, found her own story etched into a stone tablet in a forgotten museum. The translation was incomplete, but the part she could read spoke of the ice that breathes and the claws that carve mountains. The carving on the tablet showed a monstrous figure, its body coiled like a snake, but with arms ending in jagged claws. Around it were smaller figures, humans, or something like them, bowing in what looked like fear. The text described a being called a Muddock, the buried one. According to the myth, it lived beneath the glaciers, sleeping, until the ice grew weak enough for it to rise. The tablet's last line was scratched out, but Eevee could feel the weight of its meaning pressing down on her, heavy and suffocating. Isaac's next discovery came from the Sami people of the far north. An elder, his face lined with age and wind, spoke to him reluctantly, as though saying the words aloud would summon something. "We call it Guffertak," he said, his voice low. "It is the thing that comes with the long night. Its eyes burn like fire, and its wings block out the stars. It does not hunt for food. It hunts for the joy of it." The elder refused to say more, but Isaac couldn't stop thinking about the description. He imagined standing under that endless Arctic sky, the stars erased in a single, horrifying moment as something ancient and cruel swept overhead. Eevee's search led her to a scientist who had spent years studying oral traditions in the Antarctic. He shared an old tale, passed down by those who had once lived near the ice before retreating to warmer lands. The story spoke of Calchuan, the Ice Mother, a creature that shaped the glaciers with her breath. She was a protector, they said, but also a punisher. Those who respected the ice were spared, those who exploited it vanished without a trace. The scientist showed Eevee a sketch made by an explorer who claimed to have seen Calchuan. It was crude but haunting, a towering figure with a body made of ice and snow, her face eerily human but her eyes hollow and unseeing. Eevee felt a chill run through her as she stared at the image, unable to look away. Isaac's notes began to fill with patterns he didn't fully understand. The monsters were different, each tied to a unique part of the polar world, but they all carried a common thread: they were guardians. Not benevolent, not kind, but ancient beings tied to the ice itself. Protectors of something far older than humanity. One night, in the dim light of his study, he found a passage in a long-forgotten book that seemed to tie everything together. It spoke of the keepers of the frost and the silent ones of the south. The text described a balance, fragile and dangerous, maintained by these creatures. It warned that to disturb the ice was to awaken them, and to awaken them was to invite destruction. Eevee found a similar warning, etched into the walls of a cave near the Antarctic coast. The carvings were primitive but clear. They showed figures, human or otherwise, standing on an ice field, their hands raised in supplication. Above them loomed shapes too massive to fully comprehend, their edges blurred as though they were too terrible to capture even in stone. One carving stood out to her. It showed a crack in the ice, jagged and sharp, and from it rose a creature with a maw like a black hole, its body stretching out into endless darkness. Beneath it, the figures were fleeing, their tiny shapes overwhelmed by the monster's enormity. Isaac's final discovery came not from a text, but from a fisherman. The man's hands shook as he spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. "It wasn't a seal I saw," he said, his eyes darting around as if afraid something might hear. "It had the face of a man, but its mouth stretched too wide. It dragged itself onto the ice, claws scratching, and it screamed." Isaac asked what it was, but the man only shook his head. "It doesn't have a name," he said. "It's just there. Waiting." As Isaac and Eevee pieced together their findings, they both felt it, that same pull, that same unease. The stories were too widespread, too similar, to be coincidence. There were things out there, beneath the ice and snow, older than memory, older than time itself. And they weren't sleeping as peacefully as people like to believe. The artifacts and texts had led them this far, but now they felt like more than mere objects. They were warnings, left behind by those who had seen too much, by those who had lived long enough to know better than to disturb what lay frozen. Isaac stared at the artifact on his desk, its cold light pulsing faintly in the dark. Eevee held the map in her hands, tracing the lines with a mixture of awe and dread. Neither of them could shake the feeling that the ice was alive, watching, waiting. And that soon, it would speak. The ship groaned as it cut through the icy waters, the metal hull creaking under the weight of the cold. Clouds loomed low on the horizon, thick and gray, pressing down on the world like a heavy lid. Eevee stood at the bow, her hands stuffed into her coat pockets, her breath curling into the air like smoke. Her eyes were fixed on the expanse of frozen ocean ahead, but her mind was elsewhere, on the letter, the map, and the weight of the decisions that had led her here. Behind her, the deck bustled with activity. The crew moved with purpose, their voices carried by the biting wind. Among them, Isaac leaned against a railing, his eyes darting between Eevee and the artifact in his gloved hands. It was colder now, its surface shimmering faintly with frost, and the symbols seemed sharper in the dim light. He could feel its pull, a quiet insistence that he couldn't ignore. They hadn't spoken much since the expedition began. The air between them was thick with unspoken questions and a mutual understanding that neither of them wanted to be the first to voice. The ship's captain, a wiry man named Harland, strode across the deck with the confidence of someone who had spent his entire life on the sea. His face was weathered, his gray beard crusted with ice, but his eyes were sharp and unyielding. "We'll hit the ice shelf by morning," he called to no one in particular, his voice cutting through the wind. If the weather holds. He didn't say what they all felt, that the weather rarely held in places like this. Among the crew was Anna, a glaciologist who had joined the expedition for reasons she kept tightly guarded. She stood near the stern, her fingers brushing the edges of a notebook filled with equations and sketches. She had an air of quiet determination about her, though her eyes betrayed the same unease that everyone else felt. And then there was Malik, the mechanic, who seemed out of place among the scientists and explorers. His hands were perpetually smeared with grease, and he had a way of cracking jokes at the worst possible times. But there was a sharpness to him, a kind of restless energy that hinted at something darker beneath the surface. The wind picked up, and Eevee shivered, pulling her scarf tighter around her neck. She could feel the tension in the air, the way everyone avoided meeting each other's eyes for too long. They all had their reasons for being here, but no one wanted to admit what they were really afraid of. Later, in the warmth of the ship's mess hall, the group sat around a table cluttered with maps, charts, and half-empty mugs of coffee. The light was dim, casting long shadows across their faces. Harlan spoke first, his voice gruff but steady. "This is where we start losing the radio signal," he said, pointing to a red line on the map. "Once we cross this point, we're on our own." Isaac nodded, his gaze fixed on the artifact sitting in the center of the table. It seemed to hum faintly, though no one else seemed to notice. "That's where we need to go," he said, his voice quieter than usual. Eevee watched him carefully, noting the way his hands trembled slightly when he spoke. She didn't trust him, not fully, but she couldn't deny that he knew more than he was letting on. Anna leaned forward, her brow furrowed. "Do we even know what we're looking for?" she asked, her tone sharp. "Or are we just following shadows?" Isaac didn't answer right away. Instead, he reached for the artifact, holding it up so the light caught the edges of the symbols. "I think this will show us the way," he said finally. Malik snorted, leaning back in his chair. "Great. So we're putting our faith in a glowing rock. That's comforting." The tension in the room was palpable, but no one argued. They all knew there was something out there, something waiting. The next morning, the ship hit the ice shelf as Harlan had predicted. The sound was deafening, a grinding, groaning noise that reverberated through the hull and set everyone's teeth on edge. They disembarked in silence, their boots crunching on the frozen surface. The air was sharper here, colder than anything Eevee had ever felt. It burned her lungs with every breath, and the wind howled like a living thing. Isaac carried the artifact in a padded case, his grip tight as though afraid it might escape. He felt the pull stronger now, a magnetic tug that seemed to come from beneath the ice. The group moved in a loose formation, their breaths visible in the frigid air. Malik carried a pack filled with tools, his usual bravado replaced by a quiet focus. Anna had her notebook tucked under one arm, her eyes scanning the landscape as though trying to read its secrets. Eevee brought up the rear, her hand resting on the map in her pocket. She hadn't told anyone about the vision she'd been having, the dark shapes moving beneath the ice, the voices calling her name. She didn't want to believe them, but she couldn't ignore the feeling that they were getting closer. As they walked, the landscape grew stranger. The ice wasn't smooth but jagged and fractured, with deep crevices that seemed to yawn open like hungry mouths. The wind carried a low, mournful sound, like a distant cry, and every so often, the ground would shudder beneath their feet. Isaac stopped suddenly, his eyes wide. He knelt down, brushing away the snow to reveal a strange marking etched into the ice. It looked like one of the symbols on the artifact, though larger and more defined. "What is that?" Anna asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Isaac didn't answer. He ran his fingers over the marking, his expression a mix of awe and fear. "It's old," he said finally. "Older than anything we've ever found." Malik shifted uncomfortably, glancing around. "Yeah, well, old things usually don't want to be disturbed," he muttered. The group pressed on, the weight of their discoveries hanging heavy in the air. The landscape grew more treacherous, the wind colder, but none of them spoke of turning back. They couldn't. Each step felt like moving closer to something they couldn't see but could feel in their bones. A presence, vast and ancient, watching them from just beyond the edge of sight. The snowstorm came without warning. One moment, the horizon was a pale stretch of icy stillness, and the next, the air turned white and furious. Wind howled like a wounded animal, carrying shards of ice that stung their faces and cut through their heavy coats. Eevee squinted against the blinding snow, her heart hammering in her chest as she struggled to stay upright. "Stay close." Harlan's voice roared through the chaos, though it sounded distant, muffled by the storm. Isaac clutched the artifact tightly, its faint glow barely visible through the swirling snow. He could feel something strange, a vibration, almost like a heartbeat, pulsing through the cold metal. He glanced over his shoulder, but the others were barely shapes in the storm, their outlines blurred and shifting. The world had shrunk to just a few feet in any direction, the storm swallowing everything else. The sound of footsteps on snow had vanished, replaced by an eerie silence between the gusts of wind. Eevee felt it first, a sense that they weren't alone. It wasn't something she could explain, but it coiled in her stomach, a primal unease that set every nerve on edge. She turned, her eyes scanning the endless white, but saw nothing. Then came the sound, soft, almost melodic, like a whisper carried on the wind. It wasn't the howling of the storm or the creak of the ice. It was something else entirely, a sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Did you hear that?" she called out, her voice trembling. Malik, who was just a few steps ahead, stopped and turned. His face was pale, his usual smirk gone. "Hear what?" The sound came again, closer this time. It was faint but unmistakable, a series of notes that rose and fell like a song sung in a language no one understood. Isaac froze, his breath catching in his throat. "It's here," he whispered, though he wasn't sure who he was talking to. "What's here?" Anna demanded, her voice sharp with fear. She clutched her notebook tightly, as though it could protect her. Before anyone could answer, a shadow flickered at the edge of their vision. It was quick, barely more than a blur, but it was there. Something moved through the storm, weaving in and out of the blinding snow. "Did you see that?" Eevee's voice cracked, her words rushed. "I saw it," Harlan said, his tone grim. He raised his flare gun, though his hands were unsteady. "Stay together. Don't lose sight of each other." The group huddled closer, their breaths mingling in the freezing air. The shadow appeared again, closer this time, darting between them and the whiteness beyond. It moved unnaturally, its form indistinct, like smoke caught in a gust of wind. Eevee's chest tightened. Her pulse raced as she struggled to make sense of what she was seeing. The shape didn't seem to have a clear form. One moment it looked humanoid, the next it stretched and twisted like a creature born of the storm itself. Then the whispering grew louder, the melody sharp and piercing. The sound wrapped around them, pressing into their ears like a living thing. Malik clamped his hands over his ears, his face contorted in pain. "Make it stop," he shouted, but the sound only grew stronger. The shadow moved again, circling them, its presence more tangible now. It was close enough for Eevee to make out details, or the lack of them. The creature was pale, almost translucent, its edges blurred as though it were made of mist. Its eyes, if they could be called eyes, were empty, voids that seemed to suck in the light around them. "Don't move," Harlan commanded, his voice steady despite the terror etched on his face. "It's testing us." The creature paused, its form rippling as though it were breathing. Then it tilted its head, a slow, deliberate movement that sent a chill down Eevee's spine. Isaac took a step forward, his hand outstretched, the artifact glowing brighter now. "It's connected to this," he said, his voice shaking. "I think it knows we have it." The creature reacted instantly, its shape unraveling and reforming in a fluid motion. It let out a sound, not a growl or a roar, but a high-pitched wail that made the air vibrate. Eevee's knees buckled, and she fell to the ground, her hands covering her ears. The sound was unbearable, slicing through her like a blade. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, the wailing stopped. The creature stood motionless, its form solidifying into something more defined. It was taller than any human, its limbs elongated and unnaturally thin. The mist that surrounded it swirled like a living cloak, and its head tilted again, as though studying them. Isaac took another step forward, holding the artifact high. The creature's attention snapped to him, its void-like eyes locking onto the glowing object. "Isaac, don't!" Eevee shouted, but it was too late. The creature moved, its form blurring as it darted toward him. Isaac flinched, but the artifact flared with a sudden burst of light, and the creature recoiled, letting out another wail. The group stood frozen, their breaths visible in the icy air. The creature hesitated, its shape flickering, before retreating into the storm. For a long moment, no one spoke. The wind howled around them, but the strange melody was gone, and the shadows no longer moved. Eevee pushed herself to her feet, her legs trembling. "What was that?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Isaac didn't answer. He stared at the artifact, its glow dimming now, his face pale and haunted. Harland lowered his flare gun, his expression grim. "Let's move," he said, his voice tight. "Whatever that was, it's not the only thing out here." The group began to walk again, their steps hurried and uncertain. The storm raged on, but the feeling of being watched lingered, heavy and unshakable. The sky was alive. Colors bled into one another, greens, purples, blues, dancing in waves that seemed to ripple with purpose. It wasn't like any aurora they had seen before. The light pulsed, slow and deliberate, as though the sky itself was breathing. Eevee stood transfixed, her breath catching in her throat. The cold nipped at her skin, but she barely noticed. There was something in the movement of the lights that felt deliberate, almost sentient, like they were watching. The others were silent. Harland, usually so sure of himself, looked uneasy, his hand hovering near his flare gun as though it might help against whatever was unfolding above them. Isaac, clutching the artifact, seemed frozen in place, his face pale and his eyes wide with a mixture of awe and fear. The air changed. It became heavier, thicker, and carried with it a sound, a soft, almost imperceptible whisper. At first, it was like the rustling of leaves, impossible to distinguish from the wind, but then the voices grew clearer, layered and overlapping, like 100 people speaking at once. Eevee stepped back, her boots crunching on the snow. "Do you hear that?" she asked, her voice shaking. Anna nodded, her face tight with fear. "It's the talking," she whispered. Malik, standing slightly apart from the group, looked up at the aurora with narrowed eyes. "Talking?" "It's singing." His voice was soft, almost reverent, but there was something unsettled in his expression. The voices grew louder, forming words that seemed to stretch and twist in the air. They weren't in any language Eevee recognized, but somehow, she understood them. The meaning seeped into her mind like water through cracks in stone. "Do not wake them." The lights flared suddenly, bright enough to make everyone flinch. Shadows danced across the snow, stretching and writhing like living things. The voices shifted, becoming sharper, more insistent. "They sleep for a reason." Isaac took a shaky step forward, the artifact glowing faintly in his hands. "Who are you?" he called out, his voice trembling. "What are you?" The whispers didn't answer him directly. Instead, the lights above seemed to swirl faster, the colors deepening into a shade of green so dark it was almost black. The shadows grew taller, more distinct, and one by one, they began to take shape. Figures emerged from the darkness. They weren't solid, but neither were they completely ethereal. Their forms flickered like candle flames, their edges blurred, but their faces, or what could be called faces, were sharp and angular, their eyes glowing like embers. Eevee felt her legs weaken. These weren't human. They weren't like anything she had ever imagined. They seemed ancient, their presence heavy with the weight of countless years. The voices shifted again, this time more direct. "Leave this place." Isaac held his ground, though his hands trembled visibly. "We can't." "Not yet. We're looking for—" "You do not understand," the voices interrupted, cutting through his words like a blade. The figures moved closer, their forms rippling like water. What you seek is buried for a reason. To awaken it is to invite ruin. The wind picked up, carrying with it a biting chill that seemed to pierce straight to the bone. The figures surrounded the group, their presence suffocating. They weren't hostile, but their intent was clear. Harlan finally spoke, his voice gruff but strained. If it's so dangerous, why warn us? Why not just stop us? One of the figures turned to him, its glowing eyes narrowing. We are not your protectors. We are the watchers. We keep balance. Your choices are your own, but the cost will not be yours alone. Eevee's throat tightened. The weight of those words pressed down on her, heavy and unrelenting. She thought of the map, the artifact, the visions that had led them here. None of it had prepared her for this. Malik, who had been silent for too long, suddenly spoke. What happens if we don't stop? If we keep going? The figures didn't move, but their presence seemed to grow colder, darker. The whispers became a roar, overlapping until the words were barely distinguishable. But one phrase rang out clear and sharp. They will wake, and they will consume. The aurora above them pulsed violently, the colors twisting into shapes that defied comprehension. It was as though the sky itself was breaking apart, and through the cracks, something ancient and terrible was watching. Isaac clutched the artifact tighter, his knuckles white. We can't turn back now, he said, his voice desperate. We're so close. The figures didn't respond to him. Instead, they turned their attention to Eevee. She felt their gaze pierce her, not just her body but her very soul. The whispers grew softer, more intimate, as though speaking directly to her. You carry the weight of choice. Decide wisely, or all will fall. Her breath caught in her throat. She wanted to speak, to ask questions, but the words wouldn't come. All she could do was nod, a small, trembling motion that seemed to satisfy the figures. The lights began to fade, the colors softening into pale greens and purples. The figures dissolved into the air, their forms unraveling like smoke. The whispers lingered for a moment longer, then vanished, leaving behind only the howling wind and the crushing silence. For a long time, no one moved. The group stood in the snow, their faces pale and their eyes wide with the weight of what they had just witnessed. Eevee finally exhaled, her breath visible in the cold air. She looked at Isaac, at the artifact still glowing faintly in his hands, and felt a deep, gnawing dread settle in her chest. The first sight of it stopped them all in their tracks. Through the endless expanse of white and ice, there it loomed, a jagged silhouette against the horizon, half buried and frozen in time. The ship, encased in glittering ice, seemed to rise out of the frozen ground like a ghost clawing its way back to the living. Eevee couldn't take her eyes off it. The way the ice had warped and consumed its hull made it look unnatural, almost alive. The mast stood like skeletal fingers reaching for a sky that had long since forgotten them. Doesn't look like it's been touched in years, Harlan muttered, breaking the silence. His voice was low, almost reverent, as though speaking too loudly might disturb whatever lay dormant within. Malik pulled his scarf tighter around his face. No one's touched it because no one should, he said grimly, his eyes darting between the ship and the endless emptiness around them. This feels wrong. Isaac ignored him, his gaze fixed on the vessel. The artifact in his hand hummed faintly, its glow soft but steady. He adjusted his grip and stepped forward. We're going in. The creaking of the ice beneath their boots was the only sound as they approached. The wind had died down, leaving an eerie stillness that made every movement feel amplified. Eevee felt her heartbeat quicken, the sound loud in her ears. The closer they got, the more unsettling the ship became. Its wooden frame, though weathered and warped, still held strong against the ice's grasp. Strange markings covered the hull, carvings that didn't match any language or symbol Eevee had ever seen. What are those? Anna asked, her voice trembling. Warnings, Harlan said quietly. His face was unreadable, but his grip on his ice axe tightened. Or invitations. The gangplank was gone, but the ice had formed a natural ramp leading to a gaping hole in the side of the ship. It yawned like a mouth waiting to swallow them whole. Isaac climbed up first, his movements deliberate but unhesitating. The interior was worse than Eevee had imagined. The cold had preserved everything, but not in a way that felt comforting. The air was heavy, stale, as though it carried the weight of all the years the ship had been entombed. Shards of ice jutted from the walls and ceiling, creating jagged shapes that cast twisted shadows in the faint light from their headlamps. The floor was slick and uneven, forcing them to move slowly, carefully. "This place feels alive," Anna whispered. Eevee nodded, though she didn't dare speak. She could feel it too, a presence, a tension that thrummed just beneath the surface. They moved deeper, their lights illuminating fragments of the past. Tables were overturned, chairs shattered, as though whatever had happened here had come suddenly and violently. Malik stopped and knelt, brushing frost off something with his glove. It was a journal, its leather cover cracked and stiff. He opened it gingerly, the pages brittle but legible. "What does it say?" Eevee asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Malik's brow furrowed as he scanned the pages. "It's fragmented," he said slowly. "But they talk about something following them. Something in the ice." Eevee felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cold. Isaac pressed on, his eyes scanning the walls. He stopped abruptly, his headlamp illuminating a large, crude drawing etched into the wood. The image was unmistakable, a towering creature with elongated limbs and eyes that seemed to burn even in the carving. "Looks like they met one of your monsters," Harlan said, his tone grim. Isaac didn't respond. He reached out and touched the carving, his fingers tracing the lines. The artifact in his hand pulsed again, its glow growing stronger. "We're not alone," Malik said suddenly. Everyone froze. The air had shifted again, that suffocating heaviness returning. It felt like the ship itself was holding its breath. "What do you mean?" Anna asked, her voice tight with fear. Malik pointed to the frost on the walls. It was melting, droplets of water running down the wood like tears. The temperature was rising. Then came the sound. At first, it was faint, a soft scraping, like claws against ice. It echoed through the corridors, growing louder, closer. Eevee's heart raced. "We should leave. Now." Isaac shook his head, his jaw set. "Not yet. There's something here we need to see." Harlan stepped forward, his axe at the ready. "We're not splitting up. If we're staying, we stay together." The scraping continued, now accompanied by a low, guttural sound that made Eevee's stomach churn. It wasn't human. They followed the sound, their footsteps cautious and deliberate. The corridor opened into a large room, the ship's main hold. The walls were lined with crates and barrels, their contents frozen solid. In the center of the room was a large metal cage, its bars bent and twisted as though something had forced its way out. What the hell were they keeping in there? Harlan asked, his voice barely audible. No one answered. The sound of breathing filled the room, not their own, but something deeper, heavier. The shadows shifted. Eevee's headlamp caught a glimpse of movement, a flash of pale skin that disappeared behind a crate. "There's something here," Anna whispered, her voice trembling. The creature stepped into the light, and Eevee's blood turned to ice. It was thin, emaciated, its skin stretched tight over its bones. Its eyes glowed faintly, reflecting the light like a predator's. Its mouth was wide, filled with teeth that looked too large for its face. It moved slowly, its head tilting as it regarded them. It didn't look angry or aggressive, just curious, like it was trying to decide what to do with them. Isaac took a step forward, the artifact glowing brightly now. The creature hissed, its body tensing. "Don't," Eevee said sharply, grabbing his arm. "We don't know what it wants." The creature moved closer, its movements fluid and unnervingly silent. It stopped just a few feet away, its glowing eyes locked on the artifact. For a moment, it seemed almost human, as though it recognized what Isaac was holding. Then, without warning, it turned and disappeared into the shadows, leaving only the sound of its footsteps fading into the distance. No one spoke for a long time. The only sound was the dripping of water and their own ragged breathing. Isaac finally broke the silence. "There's more to this ship," he said, his voice steady but filled with an edge of determination. "We're not done here." Eevee wanted to argue, to say that they'd already seen enough, but the words wouldn't come. All she could do was follow as they pressed deeper into the frozen labyrinth, the presence of the creature lingering like a shadow in her mind. The ice groaned beneath their feet, a sound so deep and resonant it seemed to come from the earth itself. Eevee stopped mid-step, holding her breath. The sound wasn't new to the group. Ice shifted constantly in this frozen wasteland, but this felt different. It wasn't the natural creaking of the environment. It was deliberate, a vibration that carried weight and purpose. "Did you hear that?" she asked, her voice tight. Harland, standing just ahead, turned slowly. "Feel it, too," he said. "It's moving." They stood in silence, listening. The wind carried a faint whistling sound, but underneath it was something else, a deep, rhythmic thrum that seemed to pulse through the ice. "It's below us," Malik muttered, scanning the ground nervously. His hand hovered near the pickaxe strapped to his pack. "Something's moving under the ice." Isaac adjusted his grip on the artifact, its faint glow casting eerie shadows on the pale surface around them. "Keep going," he said, his voice steady but strained. "We're too close to stop now." The group pressed forward, their movements slow and deliberate. Each step felt heavier, the ice beneath them protesting with groans and cracks. Eevee couldn't shake the feeling that they were walking across something alive, something waiting. The landscape around them shifted. Massive icebergs jetted out of the frozen ocean like jagged teeth, their blue hues shimmering in the weak sunlight. Between them were narrow passages, labyrinthine and claustrophobic, where the light barely reached. Eevee was the first to spot it. A shadow, impossibly long and sinuous, gliding beneath the ice. It moved with terrifying grace, its form distorted by the thick, frosty surface. "Stop," she said sharply, holding up her hand. The others froze, following her gaze. The shadow passed beneath them, its size becoming clearer as it swam closer to the surface. It was enormous, its body stretching far beyond what they could see. "What the hell is that?" Anna whispered, her voice trembling. Harlan tightened his grip on his axe. "Nothing good." The shadow paused directly beneath them. For a moment, everything was silent. Then the ice cracked, sharp, loud, like a gunshot, and the ground shook violently. "Run!" Isaac shouted, but it was too late. The ice beneath them gave way, sending the group scrambling. Eevee barely managed to throw herself to the side, landing hard on a jagged piece of ice. She looked back just in time to see a massive shape burst through the surface. The creature was breathtaking and horrifying. Its head alone was the size of a small house, with scales that shimmered like polished steel. Its body coiled and twisted, thick as an ancient oak, disappearing into the depths below. Its eyes glowed faintly, an icy blue that seemed to pierce straight through her. It let out a sound, a deep, guttural roar that resonated in Eevee's chest, making her ears ring. She could feel the power of it, the raw, primal energy that belonged to something ancient and untouchable. "Move!" Harlan's voice snapped her out of her daze. The creature struck, its massive head smashing into an iceberg and sending shards of ice flying in every direction. Eevee scrambled to her feet, slipping and sliding as she tried to put distance between herself and the monster. Isaac was ahead of her, clutching the artifact tightly as he ran. The creature's eyes locked onto him, its focus narrowing. It lunged again, its enormous body cutting through the ice like it was nothing. "We have to get out of here." Anna screamed, her voice barely audible over the chaos. The ground beneath them shifted and groaned, massive chunks of ice breaking away and plunging into the freezing water below. The creature's movements were relentless, each strike sending tremors through the frozen landscape. Eevee's foot caught on a piece of broken ice, and she fell hard, the air knocked from her lungs. She tried to scramble up, but the ice was slick, her gloves offering little traction. The shadow of the creature loomed over her, and she knew she wouldn't be fast enough. Before it could strike, Harland appeared, swinging his axe with all his strength. The blade connected with the creature's snout, and it let out an ear-splitting roar, recoiling just enough for Eevee to get to her feet. "Go!" Harlan shouted, his face twisted with effort as he prepared for another swing. Eevee didn't hesitate. She ran, her breath coming in ragged gasps as the cold burned her lungs. The creature thrashed behind her, its massive tail smashing into the ice and sending waves rippling through the ground. Isaac stopped suddenly, turning back toward the others. "This way," he shouted, motioning toward a narrow passage between two icebergs. The group regrouped, their movements frantic as they squeezed into the passage. The walls of ice closed in around them, but the creature didn't follow. It circled outside, its massive body coiling and uncoiling as it waited. "Why isn't it coming after us?" Malik asked, his voice shaking. Isaac didn't answer. His eyes were fixed on the artifact, which was now glowing brighter than ever. The creature let out another roar, this one deeper and more resonant. The ice around them shuddered, cracks spreading like veins through its surface. "It's not waiting for us," Eevee realized, her voice barely audible. "It's breaking the ice." The group's panic was palpable as they moved deeper into the passage, the walls growing narrower and the floor more treacherous. The sound of cracking ice followed them, relentless and unforgiving. Finally, they emerged into a small, open area surrounded by towering icebergs. The creature was there, waiting. It rose out of the water, its massive head towering above them, its icy blue eyes filled with something that felt like rage or hunger. Eevee's heart pounded as she looked around, searching for any possible escape. The creature lunged, its jaws snapping shut inches from where she stood. She stumbled backward, her legs trembling beneath her. Isaac stepped forward, holding the artifact high. Its glow intensified, casting a blinding light that seemed to disorient the creature. It recoiled, letting out a deafening roar. "Now!" Isaac shouted, motioning for the others to move. They didn't need to be told twice. The group sprinted past the creature, its massive body writhing as it tried to regain its focus. The sound of its roars followed them, a haunting reminder of how close they had come to death. By the time they reached solid ground again, their breaths were ragged, their bodies shaking from exhaustion and cold. The creature was gone, but its presence lingered, etched into their minds like a scar. Eevee looked back at the ice, her heart still racing. The calm surface gave no hint of what lay beneath, but she knew it was still there, waiting. The wind howled across the frozen expanse, a mournful sound that seemed to carry whispers. Malik tightened his scarf, but it did little to block the biting cold. Each breath felt like shards of glass in his lungs. The group pressed on, their silhouettes barely visible against the endless white, each step a struggle against the rising storm. It started suddenly, a flicker of movement on the horizon. Anna was the first to notice, stopping in her tracks and squinting against the wind. "Did anyone see that?" she asked, her voice barely audible over the storm. "See what?" Harlan snapped, his patience worn thin. "There," Anna said, pointing. Her hand trembled, not from the cold but something deeper. "It's gone now," but it was tall. No one responded, but unease settled over them like a second skin. Malik gripped his axe tighter, his knuckles white beneath his gloves. As they moved forward, the wind seemed to shift, carrying a new sound, faint but unmistakable. A low, guttural growl. It wasn't an animal sound, it was something worse. It spoke of hunger, a deep, endless craving that sent a chill down Eevee's spine. "What is that?" she whispered, her breath visible in the frigid air. Isaac held up a hand, signaling for silence. The growl grew louder, and then came the smell, a sickly sweet stench of decay and rot. The group froze, scanning the tundra. The storm had thickened, turning the world into a swirling chaos of white and gray. And then they saw it. It stood on the edge of the storm, impossibly tall and gaunt. Its limbs were elongated, its fingers ending in sharp, claw-like points. The creature's face was skeletal, its hollow eyes glowing faintly with an otherworldly light. Its mouth was too wide, filled with jagged teeth that seemed to grin in anticipation. Eevee couldn't breathe. The thing radiated malevolence, its very presence a violation of the natural world. Windigo, Malik said, the word barely escaping his lips. The creature let out a scream, a piercing, otherworldly sound that echoed across the tundra. It charged. Run! Isaac shouted, but there was no time. The Windigo was fast, impossibly so, closing the distance between them in seconds. Harlan swung his axe, the blade connecting with the creature's arm. It let out a screech of rage, but didn't stop. It lashed out, its claws slicing through Harlan's coat like paper. Blood splattered across the snow, a stark red against the white. Anna screamed, pulling Harlan back as the creature lunged again. Malik threw himself at it, his axe biting into its side. The Windigo roared, swiping at him with enough force to send him sprawling. Eevee fumbled for her knife, her hand shaking so badly she nearly dropped it. The Windigo turned its hollow gaze toward her, its grin widening. She could feel its hunger, a bottomless void that threatened to consume her. Isaac stepped between them, holding the artifact high. Its glow intensified, casting a warm light that seemed to push the creature back. The Windigo hissed, retreating slightly, but its eyes never left Eevee. "Keep moving!" Isaac shouted, his voice shaking but firm. "It's not going to stop." They ran, the Windigo pursuing them with inhuman speed. The storm seemed to conspire against them, the wind tearing at their clothes and the snow blinding them. Harlan stumbled, his injuries slowing him down. Eevee turned back, grabbing his arm and pulling him forward. "Come on," she shouted, her voice raw. The Windigo was closing in, its long limbs propelling it forward with terrifying grace. Malik stopped abruptly, turning to face it. "Keep going," he shouted, raising his axe. "Malik, no!" Anna screamed, but he didn't listen. He charged the creature, his axe swinging in wide arcs. The Windigo met him with savage fury, its claws slicing through the air. Malik fought with everything he had, his movements fueled by desperation and courage. For a moment, it seemed like he might hold it off. Then the Windigo struck, its claws tearing into him with brutal efficiency. Malik fell to the ground, blood pooling around him. The Windigo didn't stop, its claws digging into his chest as it let out a guttural growl. Eevee screamed, tears streaming down her face as she watched. Isaac grabbed her arm, pulling her forward. "We can't stop," he shouted. "We'll die if we stop." The group ran, their hearts pounding and their legs burning. The Windigo's cries followed them, a haunting sound that would stay with them forever. They reached a small outcropping of rocks, barely enough to provide cover. Isaac placed the artifact on the ground, its glow forming a protective barrier around them. The Windigo stopped at the edge of the barrier, its hollow eyes narrowing. It let out a low, menacing growl, pacing back and forth like a predator waiting for its prey to make a mistake. Eevee collapsed to the ground, her chest heaving as she sobbed. Harlan sat beside her, clutching his injured arm. Anna stared at the Windigo, her face pale and her eyes wide with terror. Isaac knelt by the artifact, his hands shaking. "It's holding for now," he said, his voice barely audible. The Windigo let out another scream, clawing at the barrier. It wouldn't give up. It couldn't. Its hunger was insatiable, its need to consume overpowering. Eevee looked at Malik's axe, lying abandoned in the snow outside the barrier. Her stomach twisted. She couldn't stop seeing his face, couldn't stop hearing his screams. The Windigo lunged at the barrier again, its claws sparking against the light. It wouldn't stop until it had them all. The glacier opened like a jagged wound in the earth, a cavernous entrance that seemed to breathe cold air, each exhalation curling into frost in the bitter wind. Anna stood at the threshold, staring into the inky darkness. It didn't feel like they were looking at a natural formation, this was something else. Something older. Something alive. "Are we sure about this?" Harlan asked, his voice low, almost reverent. He gripped his axe tighter, his knuckles paled beneath the layer of frost. Isaac stepped forward, the artifact glowing faintly in his hand. The light didn't penetrate far, swallowed by the oppressive blackness within. "This is it," he said, his voice steady but strained. The group moved cautiously into the opening, the sound of their footsteps muffled by the thick, ancient ice beneath them. The air grew colder, the temperature dropping with each step. The walls of the tunnel were smooth, impossibly so, as if carved by hands far more skilled than any human. Eevee ran her fingers along the surface, her breath catching. There were markings, runes etched into the ice, faintly glowing with a pale blue light. She couldn't read them, but she didn't need to. The symbols spoke of power, of warning, of something meant to be left alone. The tunnel twisted and turned, narrowing in some places until they had to move single file. The artifact's light grew brighter, illuminating the path ahead but casting long, shifting shadows that seemed to move independently of the group. Then, the tunnel opened up. The cavern was vast, so large that the walls disappeared into darkness. Pillars of ice rose from the ground like frozen sentinels, their surfaces etched with the same glowing runes. In the center of the cavern stood a massive throne, hewn from a single block of ice. It shimmered with an unnatural light, casting eerie reflections across the cavern floor. But it was what sat upon the throne that made Eevee's heart stop. The giant was unlike anything she had ever seen. It was massive, easily 30 feet tall, its body made of ice and stone that seemed to shift and crack with each movement. Its eyes burned with a cold fire, a piercing blue that seemed to see through everything. Its face was ancient, etched with lines of weariness and strength. The creature shifted, its movements slow and deliberate, like a glacier inching forward. When it spoke, its voice was a rumble that shook the cavern, reverberating through their bones. "Why have you come?" it asked, its tone neither angry nor welcoming. It was a voice that carried the weight of millennia. No one answered at first. The group stood frozen, caught between awe and terror. It was Isaac who finally stepped forward, his hand trembling as he held up the artifact. "We seek knowledge," he said, his voice cracking. "We mean no harm." The giant's eyes narrowed, and the cavern grew colder. Frost spread across the ground, creeping toward them like living tendrils. "Knowledge is not given," it said. "It is earned." Another figure emerged from the shadows, and then another, until the cavern was filled with them, frost giants, their forms towering and imposing. They stood in silence, their eyes fixed on the intruders. Eevee felt small, insignificant. These beings were not just creatures, they were forces of nature, embodiments of the frozen wilderness that surrounded them. She could feel their power, their age, and their unyielding purpose. The lead giant rose from its throne, each movement slow but deliberate. It stepped forward, its massive feet cracking the ice beneath it. "You seek what you do not understand," it said, its voice heavy with warning. "The secrets of this place are not for mortals." Isaac hesitated, his grip on the artifact tightening. We've come too far to turn back," he said. The giant's gaze bore into him, and for a moment, the air seemed to still. Then it raised its hand, and the cavern erupted into motion. The giants moved with surprising speed, their massive forms gliding across the ice with ease. The group scattered, their shouts echoing through the cavern. Eevee stumbled, her boots slipping on the slick surface. A giant's hand reached for her, its fingers closing around her with crushing force. She screamed, but before the giant could lift her, Harlan charged, swinging his axe with all his might. The blade connected, shattering the ice around the giant's wrist. It released her, letting out a low growl as it turned its attention to him. "Go!" Harlan shouted, dodging the giant's next attack. "I'll hold them off." The group ran, their breaths ragged, the cold searing their lungs. The giants pursued them, their footsteps shaking the ground. Isaac stopped suddenly, turning to face the largest of the giants. The artifact in his hand pulsed with light, brighter and brighter until it was blinding. The giants recoiled, shielding their eyes as the light filled the cavern. "Stop!" Isaac shouted, his voice echoing. "We don't want to fight." The lead giant paused, its massive form towering over Isaac. Slowly, it lowered its hand, its glowing eyes fixed on the artifact. "You carry what does not belong to you," it said, its tone heavy with accusation. Isaac hesitated, looking down at the artifact. "We found it," he said. "It led us here." The giant's expression darkened. "It led you to your end." The frost giants began to chant, their voices low and resonant, filling the cavern with a haunting melody. The ice around them shifted, rising into jagged spikes that blocked the exits. Eevee felt panic rise in her chest. They were trapped, surrounded by beings that could crush them with a single blow. She looked at Isaac, who seemed paralyzed, his eyes fixed on the artifact. "Do something," she shouted, her voice breaking. Isaac looked up at the giant, his face pale. "Please," he said, his voice trembling. "We don't want to harm this place. We need to understand." The giant's eyes softened slightly, though its expression remained stern. It reached out, its massive hand closing around the artifact. For a moment, the light flickered, and then it went out. The cavern fell silent. The giant stood motionless, their glowing eyes fixed on the group. The lead giant looked at Isaac, its gaze heavy with judgment. "Leave," it said, "and do not return." The ice spikes blocking the exits began to lower, and the giants stepped back, their forms disappearing into the shadows. The group didn't hesitate. They ran, their footsteps echoing through the cavern as they fled the lair. But even as they escaped, the weight of the encounter stayed with them. The frost giants were not just guardians, they were warnings, reminders of forces far beyond human comprehension. And as the group emerged into the icy wasteland once more, they couldn't shake the feeling that they had been spared not out of mercy, but out of something far more ominous. The sun had barely risen, casting long shadows across the ice, when the sound reached them. It was soft at first, a gentle melody that seemed to float on the breeze, like a song half remembered. But it grew louder, more insistent, until it was all they could hear. Eevee stopped walking, her hand pressed to her ear, her breath catching in her throat. "Do you hear that?" she asked. Isaac turned, looking toward the edge of the frozen expanse. The others paused, straining to listen, their faces shadowed with suspicion. Harlan shifted uneasily, wiping snow from his face. "It's probably just the wind," he muttered, though his voice lacked conviction. But Eevee could feel something stirring deep within her, a pull, a hunger. The melody wasn't like anything they'd heard before, it wasn't the wind, wasn't the cold. It was music, pure and haunting, a voice so beautiful it seemed to touch something deep inside. She closed her eyes, and for a fleeting moment, it felt as if the world around her faded away, leaving only the sound. Isaac's voice broke through the spell. "We shouldn't stop here. It's too dangerous." But Eevee didn't hear him. She felt the pull of the song, its sweet notes wrapping around her like a warm embrace, drawing her closer to the edge of the ice. "Eevee, stop!" Harlan shouted, but it was too late. She took a step forward, then another, her body moving on its own, her mind clouded by the haunting melody. The others were shouting at her, but their voices sounded distant, muffled by the overwhelming song. It was only when she reached the edge of the ice floe that she realized how wrong everything had become. The ice beneath her feet was cracked, thin, barely holding together against the weight of the ocean beneath. The water below was a dark, unfathomable black, shifting and churning as if alive. Eevee looked out over the ice, her breath catching in her chest. There, in the distance, she saw them. They were figures, half hidden by the mist, their forms graceful and fluid, moving across the water with eerie precision. Their long, slender bodies glistened in the soft light, covered in what looked like shimmering scales. Their faces were obscured by hair that floated and swirled like tendrils of seaweed, but their eyes, those eyes were the things that held her. They were vast and dark, like deep, endless pools, and when they met hers, a cold shiver ran down her spine. The song grew louder, and with it, a terrible realization. These creatures, these sirens, weren't just singing. They were calling to her, pulling her toward them, toward the dark, cold waters. The song was their lure, and Eevee was their prey. "Eevee!" Malik's voice finally broke through, sharp and desperate. He was running toward her, but it was as though he were moving through molasses. The closer he came, the farther away she felt. The pull of the sirens, the song, was all-consuming. With each note that echoed from their lips, her legs moved of their own accord, stepping toward the edge, toward the water. She felt herself sinking into the melody, her heartbeat slowing, her thoughts becoming hazy. The cold no longer mattered. The danger didn't matter. Only the song. It was then that she felt a hand on her arm, pulling her back. "Don't listen to them," Harlan shouted, his face pale with fear. His grip was firm, but it didn't seem to break the spell. She could still hear them, still feel their eyes on her. "Let me go," she cried, her voice raw with desperation. She was shaking, torn between the warmth of Harlan's touch and the chill of the ocean calling to her. "No, Eevee." Harlan's voice cracked as he tried to drag her back, his face twisted with frustration and fear. "You can't." But it was too late. From the darkness of the water, the sirens surfaced, gliding toward them with an eerie grace. They were closer now, and their beauty was unmistakable. Their skin shimmered with an iridescent sheen, and their eyes, those endless, black eyes, focused on Eevee. They reached for her, their delicate hands stretching out of the water. Their fingers were long, pale, and impossibly graceful, with nails that glinted like shards of ice. They smiled, their mouths wide and inviting, showing rows of sharp teeth. "No!" Malik shouted, his voice filled with terror as he lunged toward Eevee, his hands grasping for her. But the siren's laughter rang out, a soft, melodious sound that sent shivers down his spine. One of the sirens, the closest to Eevee, reached out and gently brushed a lock of her hair from her face. "You are ours now," she whispered, her voice like silk and ice, a combination of warmth and death. "You will come with us, little one. Forever." Eevee felt her body tremble as she looked into those dark eyes. She didn't want to go, didn't want to drown in the icy depths. But the song, the pull, it was too strong. It was as if a part of her had already slipped beneath the surface of the water, lost to the depths of the ocean. But then, with a final cry, Malik's voice broke through the fog of her mind. "Eevee! Fight them!" The world spun, and for a fleeting moment, the song stopped. The sirens' faces twisted in confusion, their eyes narrowing as they realized that Eevee was pulling away, fighting against the pull of the water. Malik reached out, his arms strong and desperate. He grabbed her wrist and yanked, pulling her back from the brink. "Come on, Eevee!" The sirens hissed, their lips pulling back from their teeth, their eyes flashing with anger. The song faltered, then picked up again, darker and more insistent. The water surged around them, reaching up with long, cold fingers. But it wasn't enough. Eevee felt her feet hit solid ice, her head clearing for the first time in what felt like an eternity. She looked at Malik, who was pulling her back, his grip unrelenting. She looked at the others, who were shouting and pulling her toward safety. The sirens' voices grew louder, more urgent, but they didn't move forward. They watched, their eyes burning with fury, but they did not follow. Eevee stumbled backward, tears streaming down her face as she was dragged away from the edge. The song lingered in her mind, like a shadow that refused to leave, but she had escaped it. For now. The wind howled through the frozen wasteland, sharp and biting, carrying a sense of unease that crawled under the skin. The group had been moving for days, their faces pale from the constant cold and exhaustion. They had seen strange things already, things that shouldn't have been possible. But nothing had prepared them for what came next. It started with a whisper. At first, it was so quiet that none of them noticed. They were gathered around the fire, huddled close for warmth. The snow was falling harder now, the world beyond their camp obscured by swirling white. But even as they tried to warm themselves, there was something wrong in the air, a tension, an unsettled feeling that none of them could shake. Harlan was the first to speak, his voice cutting through the silence. "Did anyone hear that?" he asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. The others stopped, listening. The crackle of the fire was the only sound for a long moment. Then, a soft, distant sound reached them. A voice. A familiar voice. It was Eevee. "Eevee?" Malik called out, standing up quickly, his eyes scanning the snow-filled night. "Is that you?" There was no answer, just the voice, her voice, echoing in the wind. The words were unclear, but the tone was unmistakable. She was calling for help, her voice full of fear. Without hesitation, Malik pulled on his thick parka and grabbed a flare gun from the supply bag. "We need to find her," he said, his tone firm, though his hands were shaking. "We're all here." Eevee's voice continued to drift through the snow, more insistent now, closer. But as Malik stepped forward, Harlan's hand caught his arm. "No, wait." Harlan's voice was quiet, but there was an edge to it that made Malik stop. "That's not Eevee. It's wrong." Malik's heart skipped a beat as he looked back at Harlan. "What do you mean?" "It sounds like her." "It's..." "No," Harlan repeated, his eyes narrowed, searching the snowy expanse. "I don't know how, but that's not her. Something's wrong." The group exchanged uneasy glances, the weight of Harlan's words settling like a heavy fog. They'd all known the dangers of the polar wilderness, the things that could hide in the shadows. But this was something different. Something deeper. Before they could decide what to do next, a figure appeared out of the swirling snow. It was Eevee, or it looked like her. She was standing just beyond the edge of the firelight, her face pale, her eyes wide with terror. "Help me," she cried out, her voice cracking with panic. She took a step forward, then another, as though she couldn't quite find her footing in the snow. Malik was the first to react, his hand reaching out toward her. "Eevee, what happened? Where are you?" He stopped suddenly, his words trailing off. Something wasn't right. Her eyes were too wide, her movements too jerky, as if she wasn't quite in control. And the way her mouth moved, it was too stiff, too perfect, as though the words were being forced from her. "Something's wrong," Eevee whispered, her voice shaking. I saw it. It's coming for us." Harlan stepped forward cautiously, his instincts screaming at him to be careful. "Eevee, don't move," he called out, his voice stern. But she didn't listen. She was moving closer, her face etched with fear. "Please," she said, her voice trembling. It's out there, in the snow. It's watching. We need to leave." There was a sound, a soft crackling in the distance, like ice breaking under pressure. Then a low growl, barely audible at first, rising from the shadows beyond the firelight. It was almost like a whisper, too, but this one wasn't familiar. It was something ancient, primal, full of hunger. Eevee froze, her eyes widening as she looked past the group, into the blackness beyond. "No," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "It's here." In an instant, the temperature dropped further. The wind howled louder, the snow swirling like a violent dance around them. And then, from the darkness, the shape appeared. At first, it was just a shadow, a distortion in the air, like the mist of the storm taking form. But then it became more solid, slowly, deliberately. It was moving toward them. "Eevee, get back!" Harlan shouted. His breath was shallow, his hands shaking, but there was no time to be afraid. The creature, whatever it was coming closer, and they needed to act fast. The figure in the snow shifted again. And then it did something that made all their blood run cold. It spoke. Not in a growl or a scream, but in Eevee's voice. "We can't escape it," the voice said, soft but unmistakable. "It's already inside us." The air went still. The world seemed to stop, frozen in that moment. The voice continued, but this time, it was coming from behind them. "Run," it whispered again, but this time, it was from Harlan's mouth. The group spun around, panic flooding their hearts as they realized what was happening. The creature wasn't just in the snow. It wasn't just a shadow or a monster in the distance. It was here, with them, standing among them, mimicking their every movement. The shapeshifter had taken their form. It was playing with them, toying with them like mice caught in a trap. Malik took a step back, his eyes darting from face to face, trying to figure out who was real. Was it Harlan in front of him? Was it Eevee? Or was the thing they'd been running from now wearing their skin? The creature shifted again, and Eevee's face twisted into something that didn't belong. The lines of her features blurred, her expression morphing into something monstrous and human. And in that moment, they realized with horror that the thing mimicking them had been in their camp all along. It had been with them, watching them, and it was waiting. The snowstorm grew worse, the winds howling, drowning out everything except for the pounding of their hearts. The real Eevee, the real Harland, the real Malik, all of them stood frozen in terror, unsure of who to trust anymore. And the shadow, the monster that could be anyone at all, waited in the cold, its eyes cold and hungry, ready to strike when they least expected it. The air was still, frozen in time. Every breath they took felt like inhaling shards of ice, and the ground beneath their boots creaked with the weight of centuries. Snow fell in slow, heavy flakes, each one seeming to carry with it a sense of dread that pressed down on them like the heavy weight of an ancient memory. But it wasn't the cold that made their skin crawl, it was what lay ahead. In the distance, barely visible through the haze of snow, the group saw a silhouette. It was almost imperceptible at first, like a shadow caught in a fog. But as they drew closer, it became clearer, stone, rough-hewn and weathered, towering over the landscape like an ancient sentry. A burial ground, carved into the very heart of the ice, hidden from the world for eons. The team moved cautiously toward it, their breath visible in the air, their eyes wide with a mix of curiosity and unease. The silence around them was deafening. Not even the wind dared to disturb the stillness that surrounded the forgotten tomb. "We shouldn't be here," Eevee whispered, her voice shaking with a mixture of awe and fear. She stepped back, her boots crunching on the snow as though warning her to retreat, to leave the past undisturbed. But the others, Malik, Harland, and even Jenna, pressed forward, drawn by an unseen force, as if the tomb itself called to them. The stone structure was immense, stretching high into the sky like the bones of some forgotten giant. Carvings, intricate and twisted, lined the edges, depicting scenes of warriors, strange beasts, and unknown gods. But there was something wrong with the images. They were almost too detailed, too real. Eyes that seemed to follow them. Figures that seemed to shift in the shadows, their faces forever etched in a grimace of pain and fear. "Look at these markings," Harland muttered, running his fingers over one of the carvings. His voice was low, almost reverent, as if he feared speaking too loudly might provoke something in the dark corners of the tomb. "These are older than anything we've seen before. Whoever built this, they were trying to keep something out." Eevee's stomach twisted. She could feel it too, the strange sensation, like being watched, like something in the ice had come alive again, staring back at them from the dark recesses of time. The hairs on the back of her neck stood on end, and she felt a cold sweat trickle down her spine. The air was thick with a silent warning, one she couldn't ignore. "What if it's not something that was kept out?" Malik asked, his voice trembling with an unspoken fear. He looked toward the tomb entrance, his breath heavy in his chest, as if the very thought of it might push him to turn back. What if something was locked inside? As if on cue, a low rumble echoed from the heart of the tomb. It was a sound so deep, so ancient, it vibrated through the snow beneath their feet, shaking them to their core. The ground seemed to tremble in response, as if the earth itself had woken from a long slumber. Jenna froze, her eyes wide with terror. "What was that?" she whispered, her voice barely audible over the howling wind. The answer came as a shadow, something massive, moving just beneath the snow, shifting in the frozen earth like an animal in search of its prey. The ground seemed to rise and fall, as though breathing, as though something beneath them was stirring, waking after centuries of slumber. The team exchanged glances, panic starting to creep in. They hadn't come this far to turn back now, but the unease in their hearts was growing unbearable. There was something in the tomb. Something they were not meant to find. Then, as if the tomb had heard their fears, the entrance opened with a loud crack. The stone shifted, groaning as it moved, and the ground beneath them seemed to sigh in relief. What lay inside was more than they could have ever prepared for. The air around them turned icy cold, colder than the biting wind, colder than the world outside. Inside, the tomb was hollow, a vast cavern carved deep into the ice. And in the center, lying in a bed of frozen stone, was a creature. Its body was massive, stretched out like a serpent, its limbs thick with muscle, its skin like cracked stone. Its face, its eyes, were open, staring at them with an intensity that felt like it reached into their very souls. It was a guardian. A monstrous creature, frozen in time, its body bound by ancient chains that seemed to pulse with a dark, unnatural energy. The air around it crackled with an eerie glow, as though the beast's very presence bent the laws of nature itself. The tomb had been a prison. A place of eternal confinement for something too dangerous to be free. And now, it had been disturbed. Eevee's voice was barely a whisper as she backed away, her heart pounding in her chest. It was guarding something. We shouldn't have come here. Her words were drowned out by a deafening roar that seemed to shake the tomb itself. The creature, if it could be called that, began to stir. Slowly at first, then with increasing speed as the chains holding it began to snap, one by one. The ice beneath their feet cracked and groaned, and a wave of cold so intense rushed toward them that it stole their breath away. Malik grabbed Eevee's arm, pulling her back, his eyes wide with panic. We need to go. Now. But it was too late. The monster was awake, its eyes burning with ancient rage. The tomb had been built to hold it for eternity, but time had eroded its prison, and now it was free. The creature's massive form shifted as it began to rise from the ice, its movements sluggish but powerful. Its breath was like the wind itself, cold and suffocating. Harlan's voice cracked as he shouted, "Run!" But as they turned to flee, the earth beneath them trembled again, and they felt it, a rush of ice-cold air, sharp and cutting, as if the creature itself was breathing down their necks. Their footsteps faltered in the thickening snow, their hearts pounding as the very ground seemed to turn against them. And behind them, the tomb echoed with the sound of an ancient beast's roar, hungry and filled with fury. The monstrous guardian was awake. And it would stop at nothing to reclaim what it had been guarding. The wind howled as the ship cut through the frigid waters, the dark sea around them stretching into an endless horizon of cold. Beneath them, the ocean roiled with an energy that felt more alive than the icy landscape above. There was no turning back now. The team stood on the deck, their faces shielded against the bitter cold, their eyes fixed on the southernmost point of the earth. The Antarctic. Even from this distance, it was a place of mystery, a place that whispered of dangers and wonders that no one could fully comprehend. Eevee gripped the railing with both hands, the chill of the metal seeping through her gloves. Her breath clouded in front of her, and for a moment, she could have sworn she saw something shift beneath the surface of the water, something massive, something ancient. But when she looked again, there was nothing but the cold expanse, stretching in every direction. It had only been days since they left the Arctic, days since the terror of the frost giants, the sirens, and the shape-shifting predator. The memories of those encounters still haunted their every thought. The deeper they ventured into the icy world, the more they realized that nothing was as it seemed, that each step forward only led to a new nightmare. Malik stood beside her, his face pale, his expression distant. The weight of the mission was pressing down on him, but it was something else that held his attention. The South, this forbidden place, had a pull on him that he couldn't shake. He had been in the Arctic, but here, in the Antarctic, he could feel it even more strongly. The air, so still and thick, seemed to be full of secrets, promises of horrors yet unseen. Something was calling to them. "Do you feel that?" Malik asked, his voice quiet, almost as if he didn't want to break the eerie silence that surrounded them. Eevee nodded, feeling the tension in the air tighten around her chest. "It's like the world is holding its breath." They both turned toward the horizon, where the first signs of land were beginning to break through the thick clouds. The icebergs that floated on the water were enormous, jagged mountains of frozen stone that seemed to pulse with life. In the distance, a strange glow shimmered in the atmosphere, casting an eerie light over the ice. The others had retreated below deck, their nerves frayed from the journey. The Antarctic was not a place to be taken lightly. No one knew what they might find in this place of endless white, a land where the sun rarely touched and the cold could drive a person to madness. But there was something more. Something ancient and something hungry that waited beneath the surface. Eevee could feel it in her bones. The stakes were higher here. The creatures they had encountered in the north, terrifying as they were only a taste of what lay ahead. The Antarctic was a place where the land itself seemed to breathe with an unnatural force, where the earth held memories of horrors long forgotten, and where the very ice could conceal the most unimaginable nightmares. The ship shuddered as it pushed through the thickening fog. Jenna appeared beside them, her face pale, her eyes wide with the same unease that Eevee could feel in her own chest. "I don't know about this," she said, her voice shaking. "It feels like something's waiting for us. Watching us." Malik turned toward her, his face hardening. "We've come this far. We can't stop now." But even as he said the words, he knew. He knew the danger wasn't over. It had only just begun. The horizon was now almost completely obscured by an eerie fog that rolled in from the sea, thick and fast, like something alive. It had an unnatural quality to it, a thickness that made the air feel heavier, more suffocating. As the ship pressed forward, the fog seemed to follow, wrapping around them like a cloak, hiding everything beyond a few feet of the ship's edge. And then, they saw it. At first, it was only a faint outline, a silhouette in the fog. But as they neared, it became clearer. A massive structure, standing tall in the distance, framed by the icy cliffs that rose high above the sea. It was something they had only read about in ancient texts. A forgotten temple. An altar to beings older than the earth itself. But it wasn't just the structure that chilled them to their core. It was the sound. From deep within the fog, they could hear it, soft at first, like the whisper of wind against ice, then growing louder. A voice, or many voices, indistinguishable from the wind, yet filled with intent. The sound of something waking. Of something that had waited too long. Eevee's heart pounded in her chest. "It's not just a temple," she whispered, barely able to speak the words aloud. "It's a tomb. Something is buried there. And we're too late." The fog seemed to close in around them, and the temperature plummeted. The ship creaked as it moved through the thick mist, the sails catching a wind that seemed to push them forward. The crew gathered on deck, some of them silently praying, others too frozen in fear to do anything at all. They were all feeling it, the pull. The presence. Whatever was waiting for them at the end of this journey, it was close now. They sailed closer to the structure, the fog so thick that they could hardly see the edge of the ship. Only the looming outline of the ancient temple loomed ahead, like a shadow that stretched toward them, ever encroaching. The voices in the fog had grown louder now, swirling around them, whispering in a language no one understood. And then, the air went still. There was no wind, no sound, only the eerie silence that pressed down on them like a weight. Eevee looked around, her heart racing. She could feel it now, the eyes of something ancient, watching them, judging them. The feeling of being trapped, caught in the grip of something beyond their comprehension. The ship came to a halt as the fog suddenly lifted, revealing the full extent of the temple. The stones, covered in ice, were etched with strange symbols that seemed to pulse with an unnatural energy. The massive doors at the entrance stood wide open, inviting them in, yet they knew better. No one walked into the heart of this place without paying the price. The fog, once so thick it obscured their vision, had vanished, leaving behind only the sound of their breathing and the haunting whisper of the wind. And in the distance, there was something moving. Something that shouldn't have been. Something that had been waiting for them. The ship rocked violently, its timbers groaning under the pressure of the sea. The crew scrambled to secure ropes, shouting commands, but their voices were swallowed by the deafening roar of the waves. A storm had rolled in without warning, the once calm Antarctic waters now churning with a power that felt unnatural, alive. The cold, biting wind cut through every layer of clothing, numbing their skin, but it was the sight that froze their blood. From the deep, inky blackness beneath the ship, something stirred. At first, it was barely a ripple, a faint disturbance in the water, like the passing of a large fish, but it wasn't the motion that caught Eevee's attention. It was the feeling. A strange, oppressive weight that pressed on her chest, making it harder to breathe, as though the ocean itself had exhaled in one massive, shuddering breath. "Did you see that?" Malik's voice, shaky and uncertain, broke through the chaos. He stood beside her, eyes wide with fear. She followed his gaze, heart pounding in her chest. And then, the sea parted. A colossal shape erupted from the water, towering high above the ship. The massive creature broke through the waves with a force that sent a wall of water crashing over the deck, drenching them all in a cold, suffocating spray. For a brief moment, it was all white foam and rushing water. And then it became clear. It was a serpent, but not like any serpent they had ever seen. Its scales shimmered with an eerie, pale blue light, reflecting the pale sun in a way that almost made it glow. The sheer size of it was unimaginable, its body coiled beneath the water like a serpent from the darkest corners of myth, its length disappearing into the depths far beyond the ship's sight. But it was the eyes that struck fear into their hearts. Dark, glassy, and ancient. Eyes that had seen centuries pass and had witnessed things no living creature should ever know. The ice Leviathan. For a moment, the ship seemed to hang in the air, suspended between two worlds, the frozen expanse of the Antarctic and the abyssal depths of the ocean. The crew stood frozen in place, mouths agape, unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. The creature's head was impossibly large, its gaping mouth filled with rows of sharp, jagged teeth that glinted in the pale light. But what truly struck terror into their hearts was the way it moved. Slow, deliberate, and precise, as though it had all the time in the world. As though it had waited for centuries in the frozen depths, waiting for them. Eevee stumbled backward, her breath coming in shallow gasps, her heart hammering in her chest. She could feel the ship trembling beneath her feet, the wood groaning as though it too were afraid. And then, with a deafening roar that shook the air, the ice Leviathan lunged. The sound of its strike was like thunder, the water around the ship splintering as the creature surged forward. For a split second, Eevee thought they were done for, that they would be swallowed whole by the massive jaws of the beast. But somehow, the ship lurched away, narrowly avoiding the deadly snap of the creature's teeth. It was sheer luck, or perhaps something more, keeping them alive. But there was no time to think. The beast was not done. It circled the ship, its massive tail flicking the water with terrifying speed. The waves crashed violently against the ship's hull, pushing it off course, and the air was thick with the roar of the Leviathan's attack. The crew scrambled to keep control, but the ship was outmatched. The monster's power was overwhelming, its movements graceful and terrifying all at once, as if it had spent lifetimes hunting prey like them. Malik's voice rose in a frantic shout. "Get below deck! Now!" But the command was futile. There was nowhere to hide. The ship was too small. Too fragile. They were all helpless before this ancient force of nature. Eevee grabbed hold of the nearest rope, her knuckles white from the grip. Her mind was a whirl of panic, but there was something else too, something cold, something haunting. The creature was not simply attacking them. It was testing them, like a predator toying with its prey. The Leviathan's head rose again, higher this time, the massive serpent's body arching with a slow, deliberate grace that made the sea feel even more menacing. Its eyes locked on her, and in that moment, she could feel it. The pull. The hunger. The ancient, unrelenting need to claim them. The crew shouted, their voices frantic, but it was too late. The creature's tail lashed out with the speed of lightning, the impact hitting the ship with such force that it sent a shockwave through the crew, knocking them to the deck. The ship groaned, the wood cracking under the pressure, and the freezing water began to pour in. Eevee crawled to the side, her body numb from the cold, her hands slipping on the ice-slick deck. Malik was nearby, shouting for the others, but the ship was sinking fast. There was no escape. The sea was alive with the roar of the beast, and in the distance, the Leviathan's tail waved like a banner, a signal that they were mere toys in its deadly game. It wasn't the size of the creature that terrified her most. It wasn't the power, the raw, unstoppable force. It was the way it moved with such ease, like it belonged there, in the water. Like it was part of the very ocean itself, a creature from a time before time, from a world that no human could ever hope to understand. The ship tilted, its final cry coming in the form of a violent, splintering crack. The water rushed in, and Eevee was thrown into the icy sea. Cold, so cold it felt like her bones would freeze in her body. She kicked desperately, her hands clawing at the water, but it was no use. The Leviathan was closing in. And then, as if the sea had swallowed her whole, the darkness took over. For a moment, there was nothing but the crushing pressure of the water. The sound of her heartbeat. And then, nothing. The winds howled before the storm even arrived, a low, mournful sound that seemed to echo from a place beyond time, as if something was calling them from the edge of the world. The crew braced themselves, knowing what was coming, but no one spoke. The air was thick with a tension that pressed against their chests, making it harder to breathe, as if the very atmosphere was charged with something ancient and malicious. Eevee stood at the bow of the ship, her hands gripping the cold metal railing, staring out into the growing darkness. The sky, once pale and almost serene, had turned an unsettling shade of green, the clouds swirling in unnatural patterns. It was a sign. A warning. She could feel it deep in her bones, an unsettling sense of dread that had nothing to do with the storm itself. No, this was something different, something older. "Get below deck, Eevee," Malik's voice broke through the wind, his tone tight with worry. But she didn't move. She couldn't. Something kept her rooted to the spot, as if the storm was pulling her in, tempting her to stay. Suddenly, the first shriek pierced the air, a sound so sharp and shrill that it felt as though it was tearing through the fabric of the universe itself. It wasn't the sound of the wind, nor the storm. It was something else. Something alive. The crew froze, their faces pale with shock and fear. The shriek came again, this time louder, closer. And then another, and another, until it was like a chorus of voices crying out from the very heart of the storm. Eevee's skin prickled, her heart racing as the wind intensified, whipping around the ship with an almost violent force. The sound of it, the way the wind seemed to scream in agony, was unnerving. But it wasn't the wind. It was the voices. She turned to Malik, her voice trembling. "Do you hear that?" He nodded slowly, his eyes wide with a mix of confusion and terror. "It's not normal." The shrieking continued, rising and falling, as if 1,000 voices were trapped within the wind, each one pleading, wailing in anguish. The sound was so raw, so primal, that it made Eevee's blood run cold. It was as if the winds themselves were mourning for something lost, something buried deep in the ice. The cries were ancient, haunting, like they were echoing from a time before even the first storms had touched the land. And then the air seemed to crack with an explosion of force. The storm hit full force, the wind slamming into the ship like a battering ram. The sails were torn, ripped apart by the force of the gusts, and the ship began to groan under the pressure. The crew scrambled, fighting to regain control, but the storm was relentless, its fury beyond anything they had ever encountered. Eevee stepped back, her legs unsteady. She turned to the others, but their eyes were wide, faces pale. Malik looked as if he had seen a ghost. "I don't think we should go any further," Jensen murmured, his voice tight with fear. But they couldn't leave. Not now, not after finding this. Eevee knew that. They had come this far, and now they had to uncover whatever this was. The question wasn't whether they could leave, it was whether they'd be allowed to. The walls groaned again, the whisper rising once more. It wasn't a voice anymore. It was a scream. A scream so old, so full of rage, that it vibrated through their bones. And as it grew louder, the floor beneath them began to crack, the labyrinth shifting, as though the very ice was trying to swallow them whole. The sky above was a sheet of gray, thick with snow. It swirled in gusts so powerful, it felt like the very air was fighting against them. The team had been marching for hours, each step a battle against the biting cold and the relentless wind. The ice beneath their boots creaked and groaned like an old man in pain, and the desolate landscape stretched endlessly in all directions. Eevee felt her muscles ache, her breath sharp in her lungs as she tried to ignore the cold sinking deep into her bones. She glanced up at Malik, his face set, eyes scanning the horizon. But even he, usually so calm, seemed restless today, like he felt the presence of something lurking just beyond their sight. They had been here too long. Something wasn't right. And then they heard it. At first, it was just a faint sound, almost imperceptible, a soft beat against the wind. It was rhythmic, steady. For a moment, Eevee thought it might be her imagination playing tricks on her. But then the sound grew louder. A thunderous, deafening thud that made the ground tremble under their feet. It was a sound unlike anything she had ever heard. Like wings. Giant wings. She stopped in her tracks, her breath freezing in her chest. Malik's head whipped around. The others froze too. They were no longer alone. From above, a shadow passed over them, enormous and dark, blocking the weak light of the sun. Eevee looked up, her eyes widening in disbelief. A monstrous bird, its wingspan stretching out over the icy plains, was soaring high above them. Its feathers were a twisted mess of ice and frost, its body wrapped in dark, feathered armor. Its beak was long and sharp, curved like a weapon, and its talons glowed with an unnatural, cold light. It was massive. Bigger than any bird she had ever seen. Bigger than any creature she had ever imagined. The wind howled as it descended, faster than she thought possible, the screech of its wings echoing like a warning. A low rumble of thunder rolled through the sky, and the air crackled with a strange, unnatural energy. Instinctively, they scattered, each of them moving for cover. But it was too late. The creature had already spotted them. The beast's eyes, glowing like molten fire, focused on Eevee. She could feel its gaze on her, burning through the layers of her clothing. She swallowed, heart hammering in her chest. Her mind screamed at her to run, to get away, but her legs felt like they were glued to the ground. The creature swooped down, its massive wings sending a gust of wind so powerful it nearly knocked her off her feet. With one great lunge, it extended its talons, aiming straight for her. Time seemed to slow as Eevee's heart pounded in her chest. Eevee! Malik's shout barely registered over the roar of the storm, but it gave her just enough time to stumble backward, narrowly avoiding the creature's claws. She scrambled to her feet, eyes wide, chest heaving, as the bird pulled back, circling above them like a predator sizing up its prey. The others were shouting, running, but there was nowhere to hide. The ice and snow offered no shelter. The sky was the beast's domain. The creature dived again, faster this time, its sharp beak aiming directly for Eevee's throat. She barely had time to think as she dove to the side, the creature's cold breath washing over her. She rolled to the ground, gasping for air, just as its talons scraped across the ice where she had been standing. "Get to cover!" Malik shouted, his voice barely audible over the shrieking wind. The bird seemed to hear him. It turned with a snap of its neck, its wings slicing through the air with an awful sound. And then, as if it were toying with them, it circled back again. Eevee's mind raced. This was no ordinary bird. It was a terror of the frozen world, a creature born from the ice, shaped by the storms themselves. It was relentless, not just a hunter but a force of nature. She could see it now, every sharp edge of its body, the deep, dark eyes that glowed with something ancient. Something predatory. She needed a plan, but her thoughts were spinning, overwhelmed by the danger that hovered above her. She looked at Malik, who was already pulling something from his pack, an ice pick, long and sturdy. "We need to fight back," he said, his voice tight with fear and resolve. Eevee nodded, her breath coming in shallow gasps. She looked around desperately. The ground beneath them was cracked and uneven, the ice thick but brittle. The storm was only getting worse. The wind screamed, carrying with it an unnatural chill that gnawed at their skin. Without warning, the bird dove again, claws extended, and this time, it aimed for Malik. Eevee's heart stopped. The others screamed, but there was no time. She threw herself at Malik, pushing him out of the way just as the bird's talons sank into the ice, missing them by mere inches. For a split second, Eevee felt weightless, as if the world had paused. The bird hung in the air, its eyes fixed on her with a gaze so cold it made her blood run icy. Then, with a terrifying screech, it swung around, its wings kicking up snow and ice in its wake. Eevee didn't think, she couldn't. She just reacted. She grabbed a jagged rock from the ground and hurled it at the creature. It didn't have the power to harm, but the creature screeched again, distracted for just long enough for Malik to rush forward. With the ice pick, he swung it upward, aiming for the creature's underbelly. The pick connected with something hard, and the bird let out a howl of pain. It reeled back, momentarily stunned. But it wasn't enough. The bird's wings flapped again, sending a shockwave of cold through the air, knocking them all back. Eevee stumbled, her legs shaking, but she couldn't stop. Not now. They couldn't let this thing win. The bird flapped its wings once more, then let out a bone-chilling cry that seemed to shake the very sky. It charged at them again, this time with its beak open wide, aiming for Eevee's throat. But just as it was about to strike, something happened. The earth beneath them trembled, and a loud crack echoed through the air. The ice beneath the creature's feet shattered, and with one final screech, the bird plunged into the crevasse below, disappearing into the blackness of the frozen world. For a long moment, there was only silence. The storm seemed to hold its breath. Then, one by one, they collapsed to the ground, their bodies shaking from adrenaline, exhaustion, and the raw terror of what they had just faced. Eevee's heart pounded in her chest. She wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry. She had never felt so alive, so afraid, and yet so completely powerless at the same time. She could still hear the bird's screech echoing in her ears, the cold weight of its presence still hanging in the air. But for now, they were alive. And that was enough. The air was thick, heavy with silence, pressing down on them as they moved through the dark, winding cave. The only sound was the crunch of their boots against the frost-covered stone, the occasional drip of water echoing from somewhere deeper in the abyss. It felt like the world outside had fallen away. The cold, the wind, the snow, it was all gone. All that remained was this ancient, unseen place, a world beneath the ice, waiting. They had found the entrance by accident. A crack in the ice, barely noticeable at first, had revealed a shaft descending deep into the earth. The team had hesitated. There was something unsettling about it. The way the air grew still as they approached, the way the light seemed to dim the closer they got. But curiosity, human curiosity, always wins. Now, here they were, inching their way through the dark, their flashlights trembling as they cut through the blackness. The cold pressed on them from all sides, but it wasn't the biting chill that had them on edge. It was the strange, unsettling sense of being watched, as if something had been waiting here for far longer than they could comprehend. Ahead of them, Malik, usually so composed, had slowed his pace. His hand was pressed to his ear, as though listening for something. Eevee could see the way his body tensed, the faint shimmer of sweat on his forehead despite the freezing cold. "Do you hear that?" Malik whispered, his voice barely audible. The others paused, straining to listen, but all they could hear was the sound of their own breathing. Nothing else. Just the emptiness of the cave. "No, what?" Eevee asked, her voice shaking more than she wanted to admit. Malik didn't answer right away. He just stared ahead, his eyes narrowed as though seeing something they couldn't. And then, it came. A low, rumbling sound, like the earth itself was groaning. It vibrated through the walls of the cave, the ground shifting beneath their feet. For a moment, it was as if the very air around them had thickened, and the temperature dropped even further. The sound echoed off the walls, bouncing around them in strange, chaotic patterns. Eevee's heart thudded in her chest. There was something alive down here. Something massive. Something ancient. "Keep moving," Malik said, his voice tense but controlled. "We have to get to the lake." The lake. The source of the sound, the source of all their fear. It had to be close now. Every instinct told her to turn back, to run up the shaft and escape this cold, suffocating place. But they couldn't. Not yet. They pressed on, following Malik's lead, until the tunnel widened into a vast chamber. The air grew colder, the dark so thick it felt like a weight pressing down on their shoulders. And there, at the center of it all, lay the lake. It was enormous, its black surface smooth as glass, reflecting the faint light of their flashlights like a mirror. The water was still, unnaturally still, and the more they stared at it, the more it seemed to shimmer, not with light, but with something else. Something far deeper, far older. And then, from the center of the lake, a ripple appeared. It was barely noticeable at first, just a small disturbance in the water. But it spread, expanding outwards, the ripples growing larger with every passing second. Eevee felt her breath catch in her throat. The air, already frigid, grew colder still. A whisper of something brushed against her skin, like a soft breath, a presence in the room with them. Her mind screamed at her to look away, to run, but her body refused to obey. Something was rising from the lake. Something that defied all understanding. The ripple grew, and the surface of the lake began to churn, slowly at first, then with increasing force. The water boiled and twisted, dark shapes shifting just below the surface. The faint sound of something moving, something massive, rang through the chamber. And then, it emerged. The thing that rose from the depths was not a creature of flesh and blood. It was something otherworldly, something so ancient, it seemed to stretch the very fabric of reality. Its form was indistinct, a swirling mass of shadows and light, with eyes, countless eyes, that glowed from within the darkness. Each one watching them, waiting. Eevee could feel its gaze upon her, like cold fingers curling around her spine. She wanted to scream, to flee, but her body refused to move. The others were frozen, too, their eyes wide with terror. They were all caught in its gaze, like prey, helpless in the face of something beyond comprehension. The thing's shape began to solidify, revealing a form that was both terrifying and mesmerizing. It was massive, impossibly large, stretching out from the lake, its tendrils of shadow curling and twisting like serpents. There were no visible limbs, no mouth, but its presence was suffocating, overwhelming. It was like staring into the heart of the universe itself, a force that predated time and space. A god. No. Worse than a god. A thing that had existed before gods had names. Its presence pressed down on them, suffocating the air, choking their breath. Eevee could feel her heart racing, pounding in her chest. Her legs shook, but she couldn't tear her eyes away from the thing below the surface. The way it shimmered, the way its form shifted and rippled like a reflection of the universe itself. It spoke, not with words, but with a voice that reverberated through her very soul, a sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I have waited. I have watched. The words echoed in her mind, and the ground beneath her feet seemed to shift again. The creature, whatever it was, didn't just look at them. It knew them. It knew everything about them. Their fears, their hopes, their pasts. It had watched them from the depths of the lake, watching them all along. And in that moment, Eevee realized they had made a terrible mistake. They had stumbled upon something that was never meant to be disturbed, something that was meant to remain hidden in the depths. And now, it was awake. The thing below wasn't a guardian or a monster. It was something far worse. Something so ancient, so incomprehensible, that its very existence bent the laws of nature itself. And they had found it. And now they were trapped. She could hear Malik's voice, distant, as if coming from miles away, telling them to leave. But the thing below wasn't done with them. It wasn't done with any of them. It was just beginning. The wind howled as the group trudged through the biting cold, their faces raw and stinging from the relentless gusts of snow. They had been walking for hours now, their bodies aching, yet they couldn't shake the feeling that they were being drawn toward something they couldn't understand, but could feel deep within their bones. The terrain before them stretched out like a frozen wasteland, but it was something more. The icy ground seemed to pulse beneath their feet, as if it were alive, as if it had been waiting for them. The mountains rose in the distance, jagged and imposing, their tops shrouded in dark clouds that seemed to swirl with a life of their own. And there, just beyond the horizon, a shape emerged from the mist, a massive structure, towering and grand, built into the very ice itself. It was as though the world had stopped, holding its breath in the presence of something older than time. The group moved toward it, hearts racing. They didn't speak much, the weight of what they had discovered hung heavily between them. This place felt ancient, filled with an energy so overwhelming it threatened to crush them. They had heard the legends, the whispers in the wind, but none of them had expected to find this. At the entrance of the structure, two colossal thrones stood side by side, frozen in place. Each throne was carved from ice, its intricate patterns weaving together ancient symbols, symbols that seemed to pulse with a strange, silent power. And as they stood there, staring at the thrones, a presence filled the air, a presence that was both ancient and eternal, as though they were standing at the edge of something much larger than themselves. The temperature seemed to drop even further, and a sense of foreboding filled their chests. It was then that the voice came. It wasn't from any one person. It was a deep, echoing sound that seemed to come from the very walls themselves, vibrating through the ice, sinking into their bones. "You have found us." The group froze, their eyes wide with shock. No one spoke, but each of them felt the weight of the words pressing in on them. The thrones before them seemed to shimmer, and the air around them thickened, as though reality itself was shifting. One of the thrones began to shift, the ice that formed it cracking and moving as though something immense was awakening from within. Slowly, a figure emerged, towering, ethereal, and impossibly ancient. It was a creature, a being that transcended human understanding. Its eyes glowed with a cold, unfeeling light, and its body was made of ice, as though it had been carved from the very heart of the glaciers themselves. It stepped forward, its massive form towering over them, and with each step, the ground trembled beneath its feet. From the other throne, another figure stirred. It was identical in shape, yet there was something different about it, something that made the hairs on the back of their necks stand on end. This one moved with an elegance that contrasted sharply with the heavy, lumbering presence of the first. Its features were sharp, refined, almost regal. Yet, the same cold, unfeeling eyes stared back at them, and the same power radiated from its form. The two beings stood together, side by side. They were not like anything they had ever seen. They were gods, ancient, powerful, and untouchable. And as the figures looked down at them, it became clear. The monsters, the creatures they had encountered, those were not random forces of nature. They had been created. Created as guardians. Guardians to protect these ancient gods. "We are the twin thrones," the voice rumbled again, this time with more clarity, more presence. "We created the guardians of the ice, the monsters of the north and the south, to protect our realm. To keep the balance." The group stood in stunned silence, too afraid to move, too terrified to ask questions. They could feel the weight of their words, the truth of it settling over them like a shroud. These gods, these beings of unimaginable power, had been waiting. Waiting for centuries, perhaps millennia, for someone to stumble upon their thrones. And now that they had been found, the consequences of this discovery were unimaginable. One of the gods spoke again, its voice colder this time, sharper, as if it were speaking directly to each of them. "You have disturbed us. And for that, there will be consequences." A chill ran down their spines. The very air seemed to freeze around them, the temperature plunging further than they thought possible. They could feel the presence of the gods pressing in on them, suffocating them with their power. It was a power that could crush them in an instant, reduce them to nothing but dust beneath their feet. But then, just as quickly as the feeling of dread rose, it receded. The gods turned their gaze toward each other, their eyes flashing with some unspoken understanding. "But you are not here by accident," the second god said, its voice softer now, almost like a whisper. "You are here because you are meant to be. You have opened the door to our world. You have awakened what has slept for too long." The first god nodded slowly, its ice-blue eyes locking onto each of them. "The monsters you have encountered, the guardians we created, they were never meant to be destroyed. They were meant to test. Test those who would dare to disturb the peace of our domain." The air seemed to grow thick again, and the shadows around them deepened. The gods began to move, each step sending tremors through the ground. They were no longer just figures carved from ice, they were beings of pure energy, their forms flickering in and out of existence, as if they existed beyond the boundaries of reality itself. "The world has changed," the first god said. "The balance has shifted. And you, who have awakened us, must now choose. The path forward is yours to take." Their hearts pounded in their chests as the realization hit them. This wasn't just a discovery. This was a decision. A choice between the unknown and the known, between the safety of ignorance and the danger of understanding. The god stood before them, silent for a moment, as though weighing their souls. Then, the second god's voice pierced the silence. "The choice is yours. But remember, everything comes at a price." And with that, the world seemed to freeze in place, the shadows around them deepening until there was nothing but the cold, empty silence of the ancient thrones. The twin thrones of ice had spoken. And now, the only thing that remained was the question of what they would do with the knowledge they had uncovered. Would they leave? Or would they stay, facing whatever fate the gods had in store for them? The cold bit into their skin like 1,000 needles as the wind howled through the endless expanse of snow and ice. Every step felt heavier, every breath more difficult, as though the very air was thickening with something ancient and oppressive. But still, they walked. They had to. There was something ahead, something that couldn't be ignored, something that tugged at them from the distant horizon. As they trudged on, their eyes scanning the desolate landscape, a faint shade began to take form through the blinding white. It was just a hint at first, something out of place, half buried under layers of ice and snow. As they got closer, the shape became clearer. An archway. Carved from stone, it seemed completely out of place amidst the endless ice. The strange, worn symbols on its surface whispered of a time long forgotten. The archway stood tall and proud, its edges jagged and frozen, and yet, there was a strange sense of grandeur about it. It looked as though it had once been part of something magnificent, a civilization that had risen and fallen, leaving only this cold relic behind. There were no signs of life, no warmth in the air, just the bitter cold and the eerie silence that hung thick in the space between their breaths. A sense of dread began to settle in, creeping slowly up their spines. The place was too quiet, too still. But despite that, there was an undeniable pull, like the place itself was calling them. They stepped forward, each footfall sending a low, grinding sound through the ice beneath them. Beyond the archway, the path opened into a vast, frozen courtyard, stretching out in all directions. In the distance, broken pillars jutted out from the snow like skeletal remains. Their surfaces were worn smooth by time, their intricate carvings barely visible beneath layers of frost. But still, something about the patterns on those stones felt familiar, almost alive, like they were trying to tell a story. As they ventured deeper into the courtyard, they found more signs of the lost civilization. Crumbled statues, frozen in place, stood like sentinels, their faces eroded by centuries of harsh winds. The symbols on their bodies, symbols that had once been vibrant and full of life, now faded and cracked. It was as if these stone guardians had been frozen in time, waiting for something or someone to come and awaken their history. And then, they found it. A massive stone tablet, half buried in the ice. The tablet was etched with more of those strange symbols, but there was something different about this one. It had a presence, an energy that seemed to hum beneath its surface, like it was alive, breathing in the cold air. They knelt down, their hands trembling as they brushed away the snow and ice to reveal the markings. The symbols seemed to glow faintly as their fingers traced them, an eerie light pulsing from the stone. It was as if the tablet was telling them something, revealing a forgotten story, one that had been buried with the civilization long ago. It spoke of a time when the world was different, when the ice was not so cold, and the lands were not so barren. The people who had lived here had worshipped the polar gods, beings of immense power who ruled over the frozen landscapes. The gods had given them strength, knowledge, and protection. In return, the people had built grand cities in their honor, constructing monuments that reached toward the sky, and creating an empire that stretched across the icy expanse. But the story wasn't all one of prosperity. As the civilizations grew, so did their greed. They sought more from the gods, asking for power beyond what they had been granted. They tried to control the very forces of nature, attempting to bend the weather, the ice, the very earth beneath their feet, to their will. They believed they were invincible, that the gods would protect them no matter what. But that was their mistake. The gods grew angry. Their protectiveness turned to wrath, and the people who had once been their beloved worshippers were struck down. The gods had unleashed their power, creating monsters, creatures born from the very heart of the ice and snow. These beasts were sent to punish the people, to remind them that they were not in control. The civilization began to crumble. The gods watched as their creations hunted down the once mighty empire, the great cities reduced to ruins, the monuments to the gods now mere shadows of their former glory. The people, once proud and powerful, were now scattered, their fate sealed in the frozen wasteland they had created. The gods, in their wrath, had turned the land into a prison, a frozen tomb for those who had dared to defy them. The tablet told of the fall of the civilization in chilling detail. It spoke of the last desperate days when the people tried to escape, tried to flee to the south, to warmer lands, but the gods had seen their attempt and sealed the way. The final survivors were claimed by the cold, their bodies swallowed by the very ice they had once revered. But the tablet didn't just tell of their downfall. It spoke of something more, a warning. A warning for anyone who might come after them, who might try to reclaim what was lost. The gods were still there, still watching, still waiting. And the creatures they had created, the monsters that had once guarded the gods' domain, were still out there, roaming the frozen land, ensuring that no one would ever again disturb the balance the gods had set in motion. The air around them grew colder as the realization settled in, a weight that pressed on their chests. This place was more than just a ruin, it was a grave. A grave for the people who had once worshipped the gods, for the civilization that had been swallowed by its own arrogance. And now, as the wind howled around them, they could almost hear the whispers of those long-gone voices, calling out from the ice, begging to be remembered. But the story didn't end there. The last words of the tablet seemed to echo in their minds, an ominous reminder of what lay ahead: beware the gods, for they do not forget. And neither do their guardians. The cold began to creep in even more, as if the land itself was warning them to turn back. The footsteps of the past were echoing through the frozen ruins, and it was clear, this was a place that held more than just the remains of a lost civilization. It held the power of the gods, waiting for the next to challenge their will. And as the group stood there, facing the remnants of a civilization long gone, they couldn't help but wonder, was the warning too late? Had they already awakened something far more dangerous than they could have imagined? The silence that followed felt like the answer. The wind howled as if it carried whispers from another time, a distant echo that felt too heavy to ignore. The icy expanse stretched endlessly before them, a void of white that seemed to swallow everything in sight. Yet, in the midst of this cold and desolation, there was a sense of purpose, a pull that no one could deny. It was as though something ancient was calling them, a force buried beneath the frost and ice, waiting to be discovered. The moment they set foot in the cave, the temperature dropped even further. It was a strange chill, one that cut deeper than any winter cold. The walls of the cave were covered in frost, shimmering with an eerie light that made it seem as if the ice itself was alive. Carvings lined the stone, worn and faded, yet still carrying a sense of power. They were symbols, intricate and strange, swirling in patterns that spoke of an age far older than any living memory. The group moved cautiously, their footsteps echoing eerily in the silence. Their breath came out in visible clouds, but it wasn't just the cold that made them shiver. There was a weight to the air, an oppressive feeling that seemed to press down on them, as if the very walls of the cave were watching, waiting. As they walked further into the depths of the icebound cave, they came upon an altar of sorts, a stone slab raised above the ground. Atop it was a large, withered tome, bound in something that resembled hide. The book seemed out of place in this cold, inhospitable world. But it was more than just an object, it was a message, a key to something much larger. One of them reached out, trembling, and opened the book. The pages were yellowed and brittle, but they were covered in the same symbols that adorned the cave's walls. The markings seemed to pulse in the dim light, as though they were alive, as though they were calling out to be understood. As the pages turned, the words began to form a tale, one that had been forgotten by time, but never erased from the earth. The prophecy told of a pact made long ago between the gods of the poles and the creatures that roamed the land. The gods had created the monsters, beings of ice and snow, to guard the balance of the earth. The pact was simple but profound. As long as the balance between the polar realms and the rest of the world was maintained, the monsters would remain dormant, content to live within the frozen wastelands. However, if that balance were ever disrupted, the monsters would awaken, their wrath unfathomable and their power unstoppable. The book spoke of a time when the earth would be at its breaking point, when greed and ignorance would tear at the very fabric of the world. It was in this time that the monsters would rise again, their purpose to restore the balance that had been lost. The prophecy was clear: humanity could never control nature, and if they dared to defy it, the consequences would be dire. As they read the words aloud, a deep sense of unease settled over them. The world outside had been changing, climate shifts, unusual weather patterns, the earth itself trembling. Had these events been the first signs of the ancient prophecy coming to life? Were they witnessing the beginning of the end? The cave seemed to respond, the walls groaning as though shifting to reveal something more. At the far end of the cavern, an ancient stone structure loomed, its shape faintly visible beneath layers of ice. It was a monument, one that had been carved to honor the pact. As they moved closer, they could see it, a pair of towering statues, one on each side of the structure. The figures were enormous, their faces frozen in solemn expression, their hands outstretched as though offering something to the gods. The figures represented the duality of the pact, the protector and the destroyer, the two forces that would determine the fate of the earth. The statues were not merely carvings, however. As they approached, a deep, resonating hum filled the air, as though the very stone was alive. The monsters that had been born from the gods' power, the guardians of the poles, were still present, watching, waiting. Their presence was felt in the air itself, in the way the temperature seemed to drop even lower, in the way the ground beneath their feet felt unnaturally solid. It was as if the earth was holding its breath. A sudden crash echoed through the cave, startling them all. The ground trembled, and ice began to shift and crack, revealing something beneath. From deep within the earth, something stirred. It was as if the entire planet was waking up, shaking off the slumber of centuries, and the monsters of old were slowly beginning to rise once more. One of them, the largest of the statues, began to crack, its surface splitting open like the pages of an ancient book. A dark, shadowy figure moved within, its eyes glowing with an unnatural light. The creature stirred, its body made of ice and shadow, shifting and growing with each passing second. It was a thing of nightmares, born from the pact of the gods and the monsters, a guardian of an age-old balance that had been shattered. As it stepped forward, the air grew colder, and the wind outside howled even louder. The ice around them creaked and groaned, as if the entire cave was on the verge of collapse. And yet, they could not move. They were paralyzed, caught in the grip of something far older and more powerful than themselves. They could feel it now. This was not just a story, not just a warning. This was real. The Pact of the Poles was not just a tale told to frighten children. It was a living, breathing force, a law of nature that could not be ignored. The creature's eyes locked onto them, its gaze piercing through the layers of ice and snow. There was no anger in its expression, no malice. It was simply doing what it had been created to do, protect the balance of the earth. But the weight of that responsibility was heavy. Too heavy. And in that moment, as they stood frozen in fear, they realized something that had been clear all along. The monsters, the gods, the creatures born of ice, they were not simply guardians of a place. They were the guardians of the earth itself. They existed to protect the delicate balance between the poles and the rest of the world, and if that balance were ever broken, the consequences would be catastrophic. The prophecy wasn't just a warning. It was a truth, and the monsters were not the villains, they were the Earth's last line of defense. The real question was whether humanity would wake up in time to realize the cost of their actions. Would they be able to restore the balance before it was too late? Or would they, too, become part of the frozen, forgotten history that the Earth would eventually bury beneath the ice? The air was thick with the kind of silence that makes your skin tingle, as if the world had stopped breathing. The horizon was nothing but a sheet of white, stretching endlessly in every direction, swallowing everything whole. Every step they took was another battle against the fierce, biting wind that tried to tear them apart. But they kept moving, pushed forward by the knowledge that their destination lay beyond the reach of the cold, just out of sight but close enough to keep them going. There were stories, old ones, whispered in hushed voices around campfires, of the heart of ice. A place so cold, so pure, that it was said to be the very soul of the world's frozen poles. The heart sustained them, kept the poles alive, but no one had ever truly found it. No one had survived the journey. The path to it was treacherous, filled with dangers beyond understanding, but the heart's pull was undeniable. They had been walking for days. Weeks, perhaps. Time had lost all meaning in this frozen wasteland. Each morning, the sky would stretch into a pale light, but there was no warmth in it. Just a cold, indifferent glow that mocked their efforts. The landscape around them seemed to shift and change, like it was alive. Snowdrifts would appear from nowhere, turning paths into dead ends. Ice sheets would crack beneath their feet, opening into dark, yawning voids. The world around them felt as if it was testing them, pushing them to give up. But each time they thought about turning back, the thought of the heart pushed them forward again. There were moments when the wind died down, and the world would fall into an eerie stillness, as if the very land was holding its breath. In those moments, they would pause and listen, hoping for something to guide them, something to confirm that they were on the right path. But there was nothing. Only the distant sounds of their own breathing, the soft crunch of their boots on the frozen ground, and the occasional screech of the wind. The air was thick with uncertainty, and yet, they pressed on. Then, one night, as they huddled together for warmth in a small cave carved from ice, something changed. A sudden shift in the air. The temperature dropped even further, colder than they had ever thought possible. It was as if the cold itself was alive, reaching out to touch them, to claim them. And then they heard it, a sound so faint at first that they thought it was a trick of the wind. A low hum, like the heartbeat of the earth itself. It was soft, but steady, like a whisper in the dark, urging them onward. It was the heart. They knew it in their bones. It was close now. The hum was louder, clearer, vibrating through the ice beneath their feet. The ground seemed to pulse with it, as though the land itself was alive, connected to something ancient, something powerful. They stepped out of the cave, the wind howling once again, but it didn't matter now. They were too close to turn back. The snow beneath their feet had begun to change, shifting from solid to something softer, almost fluid. The ice was crackling and groaning, but there was a rhythm to it, a pulse that matched the hum. It was the sound of the earth awakening, stretching its ancient limbs, preparing for what was to come. They walked in a trance, the hum growing louder with each step, until finally, they came upon it. The heart of ice. It was not a place they had imagined, not a temple of frost or a city carved into the glaciers as they had thought. No, it was something far more primal. The heart was a vast, shifting expanse of ice, but it was not cold in the way they had expected. The air around it was still, heavy with an ancient energy. The ice seemed to glow with an inner light, pulsing softly, like the beating heart of a living being. The ice stretched for miles, smooth and unbroken, but beneath it there was something more. The ground beneath their feet seemed to give way as they stepped closer, and suddenly, they found themselves standing at the edge of an enormous chasm, a deep fissure in the ice that stretched downward into the earth. It was as though they were standing on the edge of the world, on the precipice of something so vast, so incomprehensible that it made their heads spin. In the center of the chasm was a massive, frozen structure, an ancient, towering spire of ice that seemed to rise up from the very core of the earth. Its shape was jagged, yet perfect in its symmetry, as if it had been carved by some godly hand. The ice around it shimmered, alive with the energy of the heart, and the hum was deafening now, resonating in their bones. It was then that they saw it, the creature that guarded the heart. It emerged from the shadows, its massive form gliding smoothly over the ice. Its skin was made of the same shimmering frost as the spire, but it was alive, pulsing with the same energy that filled the air. Its eyes glowed with a deep, unearthly light, and its presence was overwhelming, as though it was more than just a creature. It was a manifestation of the heart itself, an ancient guardian placed here to protect it from the world. The creature did not speak, did not move in any way that they could understand. But they could feel its power, its watchfulness. The creature was not a beast in the way they thought. It was a force of nature, a being born from the heart to protect it, to keep the balance of the earth intact. The heart of ice was not just a place, it was the very foundation that held the world's poles in place, keeping the earth's fragile balance in check. And this creature, this guardian, was its protector. They stood there, staring at it, frozen in awe. The air around them felt heavy, thick with the weight of something ancient and powerful. The creature did not move, did not threaten them. It simply watched, as if waiting to see what they would do next. They had found it. They had found the heart of ice. And now, they were faced with a choice that had been made long ago by those who had come before them. Would they respect the heart's power, its balance, or would they dare to disturb it? The choice was theirs, but the consequences of it were unknown. The heart of ice would always remain, frozen and eternal, but its power could not be denied. They had touched it, had come so close to the very core of the earth. Would they leave it undisturbed, or would they risk everything, tempting fate and the wrath of the guardian? The hum continued to fill the air, and in that moment, they understood. The heart was not just the center of the poles, it was the heartbeat of the world itself. To disturb it was to disturb everything. The air hung heavy, as if the world itself had paused to watch what would unfold next. Every sound, each crunch of snow beneath their boots, each labored breath, seemed to echo endlessly in the frozen silence. Ahead, the path narrowed, funneling them toward an ominous gap in the towering ice walls. Beyond it lay the final threshold, the passage to the heart of ice. But something was there, waiting. They could feel it before they saw it. A pressure, subtle at first, but growing stronger with every step. It wasn't just the cold biting at their skin or the weight of exhaustion. It was something deeper, something primal. An unease clawed at their minds, whispering that they should turn back while they still could. But they pressed on, knowing that retreat was no longer an option. Then, without warning, the ground trembled. A low rumble rolled through the ice, so deep it felt like it was coming from the marrow of the earth itself. They froze, hearts pounding, their breath misting in the freezing air. The rumble grew louder, sharper, until it became a deafening roar. And then, it appeared. It was unlike anything they had ever seen. A colossal figure, rising slowly from the ice as though it had been a part of it all along. Its form was grotesque, jagged, and unnatural, as though it had been carved from the frozen earth by a hand that didn't care for symmetry or grace. Its body shimmered with an otherworldly light, the ice that encased it catching every glint of the pale sun. Its head was elongated, almost serpentine, with eyes like shards of black glass that seemed to pierce straight into their souls. A maw filled with jagged, icicle-like teeth gaped open, releasing a sound that was not a roar, but a terrible, guttural groan, low and resonant, like the death rattle of the earth itself. Its limbs were long and spindly, but they moved with unnerving precision, as if it had been waiting for this moment, for them. The Keeper of the Keys. The stories had hinted at it, a monstrous guardian placed to protect the passage to the heart. But nothing could have prepared them for the reality of it. It was not just a beast, it was the embodiment of the ice itself, a living, breathing part of the frozen expanse. Its presence was overwhelming, a physical weight pressing down on them, making it hard to breathe. It didn't attack immediately. Instead, it moved with a slow, deliberate grace, circling them, watching. Those black, unblinking eyes seemed to take them in, weighing their intentions, their worth. They stood frozen, unsure whether to run, fight, or simply fall to their knees and beg for mercy. But the Keeper had no interest in mercy. It was here for one purpose, and one purpose only, to protect the path to the heart, no matter the cost. When it struck, it was with a speed and ferocity that defied its size. One moment it was still, the next it was lunging, its claws slicing through the air like shards of glass. They barely had time to react, diving to the side as the ground where they had stood erupted in a spray of ice and snow. The force of the impact sent them sprawling, the cold biting into their skin as they scrambled to their feet. It came at them again, relentless and unyielding. Each movement was calculated, precise, as if it knew exactly how to corner them, how to break them. But they fought back, desperate and terrified, using every ounce of strength they had left. Weapons clashed against its icy hide, but it was like trying to cut through a glacier. The blows barely left a mark, and the creature seemed almost amused by their efforts. For every step they gained, it pushed them back too. The battle was a dance of survival, a frantic, chaotic struggle against an enemy that seemed invincible. The keeper's movements were a blur, its claws and teeth flashing in the pale light. The ground trembled beneath their feet with every step it took, as if the ice itself was aiding its attack. And yet, in the midst of the chaos, something changed. They began to notice a pattern in its movements, a rhythm to its attacks. The keeper was not mindless, it was intelligent, deliberate. It was testing them, gauging their resolve. It wanted to see if they were worthy, if they had the strength and will to face what lay ahead. With renewed determination, they fought harder, smarter. They moved as one, each action calculated, each strike aimed not at the creature's body, but at its purpose. They weren't trying to kill it, that was impossible. They were trying to prove themselves, to show that they belonged here, that they were not intruders, but pilgrims seeking the truth of the heart. The battle raged on, each moment stretching into eternity. The ice around them bore the scars of their struggle, jagged cracks spiderwebbing across the ground, shards glittering like broken stars. The keeper roared again, a sound that shook the very air, but there was something different in it now. A hesitation, a flicker of doubt. Finally, it paused. Its massive form loomed over them, its breath misting in the frozen air. Those black eyes bore into them once more, searching, questioning. For a moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. And then, slowly, the keeper stepped back. It lowered its massive head, its body relaxing, though it still radiated an aura of immense power. It wasn't a retreat, it was an acknowledgement. They had proven themselves, not through strength alone, but through their determination, their unity, their will to continue despite the odds. The keeper turned, its massive form blending once more into the ice, as if it had never been there. The ground beneath them was still again, the air heavy with the weight of what had just transpired. They stood there, hearts pounding, bodies aching, staring at the path ahead. The way to the heart of ice was open. The air was heavy with the scent of impending disaster. A faint hum, almost like the whisper of a ghost, carried through the biting wind. The sky, once a pale canvas of gray and white, darkened unnaturally, taking on a menacing hue that seemed to draw the very light from the air. The snow beneath their feet felt alive, trembling ever so slightly, as if warning them to turn back. Then it came, a sudden and violent howl that ripped through the frozen landscape, a shriek of fury that seemed to come from the depths of the earth itself. The storm arrived like a living thing, not the ordinary wrath of nature, but something darker, something malevolent. Snow whipped around them with unrelenting force, turning the world into a swirling chaos of white and black. It was impossible to see more than a few steps ahead, the storm blinding and deafening in its fury. Voices called out, panicked and disoriented, but the wind swallowed them whole. The group huddled close, their instincts screaming that something was wrong, terribly wrong. This wasn't just a storm, it was a trap. The realization came too late. Out of the darkness came a sudden, terrible roar, one that made the ground quake beneath their feet. A massive shadow lunged from the storm, its movements barely visible through the shifting snow. Claws gleamed like daggers, slicing through the blizzard as the first creature struck. It was fast, too fast, and by the time anyone could react, the beast had already disappeared into the storm again, leaving only the sound of its victim's scream behind. Panic set in, hearts racing as they formed a defensive circle. Weapons were drawn, trembling hands clutching at anything that could be used to fight. The wind screamed louder, masking the sound of the next attack until it was too late. Another shadow emerged, this one larger, its teeth flashing like icicles in the dim light. It barreled through them with monstrous strength, scattering their formation and leaving chaos in its wake. The storm was alive with predators, their movements perfectly synchronized with the wind and snow. Every time the group tried to regroup, another attack came from a new direction, swift and brutal. It was as if the creatures themselves were born of the storm, their pale forms blending seamlessly with the blizzard. Their eyes, glowing faintly in the darkness, were the only warning before each strike. One of the creatures leapt at a figure on the edge of the group, its claws outstretched. A desperate scream rang out, and the attacker was met with a swing of a blade. The clash was brief and savage, the creature's roar mingling with the sound of tearing flesh. But even as it fell, another emerged, and another. They were surrounded, caught in a nightmare that seemed endless. The cold bit deeper, the wind cutting through their layers of protection like knives. Exhaustion set in, each movement slower, each strike weaker. It was impossible to tell how many creatures there were, 2, 10, 100. They seemed to multiply with every passing second, their shrieks and growls blending with the howling storm until it became one deafening cacophony of terror. Amid the chaos, someone shouted, their voice breaking with urgency. The group rallied, forming a tight line as they tried to push forward, their boots sinking into the deep snow with every step. It was agonizing, every movement a battle against both the storm and the predators lurking within it. They couldn't see where they were going, couldn't tell if they were running toward safety or straight into another ambush. The attacks came faster now, the creatures emboldened by the group's growing desperation. One leapt onto a figure at the back, dragging them to the ground with a sickening crunch. The others fought to pull them free, but the snow was stained red before they could even react. The storm seemed to mock them, swirling ever fiercer, the darkness pressing in closer. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, there was a lull. The wind lessened, the snow settling just enough for them to see their surroundings. The creatures vanished into the shadows, their glowing eyes retreating into the storm. For a brief, heart-pounding moment, there was silence. But it wasn't over. The calm was a ruse, a cruel pause to let them catch their breath before the final blow. The ground trembled again, more violently this time, and a sound like shattering ice filled the air. From the heart of the storm came a new figure, larger and more terrifying than anything they had faced before. It moved with an unnatural grace, its massive form covered in jagged plates of ice that glinted like armor. Its eyes burned brighter than the others, twin beacons of malevolence that locked onto the group with terrifying focus. This was no ordinary predator, this was their leader, their master. It charged with a speed that belied its size, the ground shaking beneath its weight. The group braced themselves, raising what weapons they had left, their breaths ragged and their bodies trembling. The clash was inevitable, the collision of desperation and fury. It struck with a force that sent them sprawling, scattering like leaves in the wind. The battle that followed was chaos given form. The creature fought with the precision of a hunter, each strike deliberate and devastating. It seemed untouchable, its icy armor deflecting even the strongest blows. But the group refused to give up. They fought with everything they had, their cries of defiance cutting through the storm. One of them managed to land a blow, a lucky strike that cracked the creature's armor and drew a roar of pain. It retaliated with terrifying speed, its claws slashing through the air with deadly intent. But the group pressed on, using every ounce of strength they had left to fight back. The storm raged around them, the wind and snow becoming a blur of white and black. The creatures watched from the shadows, their glowing eyes the only sign of their presence. The leader roared again, a sound that seemed to shake the very core of the earth, and lunged for the final strike. And then, through the chaos, a voice rose, a desperate, defiant shout that cut through the storm like a blade. It was a rallying cry, a reminder that they were not just prey. They were survivors, fighters. The group surged forward, their movements synchronized, their strikes coordinated. Together, they fought as one, their unity giving them the strength to face the seemingly unstoppable. The leader faltered, its movements slowing, its roars growing weaker. It staggered back, its glowing eyes dimming. The group pressed their advantage, landing blow after blow until, with a final, deafening crack, the creature fell. The storm began to ease, the howling wind fading into a mournful whisper. The creatures retreated, their glowing eyes disappearing into the distance. The group stood there, battered and bloodied, the silence around them almost deafening. The black blizzard had passed, but its scars would remain. The fire crackled weakly against the frozen air, casting flickering shadows on faces lined with exhaustion and frostbite. No one spoke, the silence between them heavier than the icy wind that howled outside. It wasn't just the fatigue, it was the weight of something unspoken, something that gnawed at the edges of their trust. A strange tension had crept into their group, subtle at first, like the faint smell of smoke before the flames. Someone's gaze lingered too long. Someone else flinched at an innocent word. They had faced monsters together, had bled and suffered as one, but now there was something darker among them, something human. It started with a sound, a soft, deliberate scuff against the snow. Heads turned, weary eyes scanning the shadows beyond the campfire. But the sound hadn't come from the darkness. It had come from within. One of them stood, slowly, deliberately, as if the weight of the moment needed its own time to unfurl. Their voice, when it broke the silence, was calm, almost soothing. "We've come too far to turn back now," they said. But there was something in their tone, something sharp and cold that sent shivers down spines. Everyone stiffened. It wasn't the words themselves, but the way they were spoken, a strange finality that felt out of place. The firelight caught their eyes, and for the first time, there was something unfamiliar there, something calculating. "What are you talking about?" someone asked, their voice tight with unease. The one standing didn't answer immediately. They reached into their pack, pulling out a small, glinting object. It was nothing remarkable at first glance, just a shard of ice or crystal. But as it caught the firelight, it pulsed faintly, almost imperceptibly, like a heartbeat. "That's not from the supplies," another voice said, rising in alarm. The figure's lips curved into a faint smile, one that didn't reach their eyes. "No," they replied. "It's not." The tension exploded into a flurry of questions, accusations, demands. But the figure remained eerily calm, their gaze sweeping over the group with a strange detachment. They held up a hand, silencing the chaos with a single motion. "I didn't want it to come to this," they said. "But you don't understand what we've stumbled upon. This isn't just about survival. It's about control. Balance. And some sacrifices are necessary." The fire seemed to dim as the weight of their words sank in. Sacrifices. The group exchanged glances, the unspoken horror rippling through them. "You're working with them, aren't you?" someone demanded, their voice trembling with anger and disbelief. The figure tilted their head, the faint smile still playing on their lips. "Working with them?" they echoed. "No. It's not that simple. They don't think like we do. They don't feel. But they recognize strength. And power." A heavy pause. Then, softer, almost a whisper, "And they know who's worthy." The implications hit like a punch to the gut. Every step they had taken, every battle fought, had been with the belief that they were united against the horrors of this frozen world. But now, that unity was shattered, splintered by the realization that one of their own had been walking a different path all along. The accusations came fast, voices rising in anger and fear. How long had this been planned? How much had been revealed to the monsters they fought? And worst of all, what came next? But the figure didn't flinch under the barrage of questions. Instead, they stepped closer to the fire, the crystal in their hand catching the light once more. "You think I betrayed you," they said quietly. "But you don't see the bigger picture. These creatures, these gods, they aren't our enemies. They're the reason we're alive. The reason this world exists at all." A stunned silence followed, the fire crackling in protest against the bitter cold. "You're insane," someone finally said. "They've killed us. They've hunted us like animals. And yet here we stand," the figure shot back, their voice rising for the first time. They could have destroyed us if they wanted to. But they didn't. They tested us. And we proved ourselves. The group recoiled as the figure stepped closer, their expression hardening. Do you think we're here by chance? That it's all some cosmic accident? No. They brought us here. They've been watching us, waiting for us to make a choice. And I've made mine. The words hung in the air, cold and sharp as the wind outside. The group shifted uneasily, the fragile trust between them unraveling with every passing second. You've made a choice, someone said bitterly. But what about us? What happens to the rest of us in your little bargain? The figure hesitated, just for a moment. It was brief, but it was enough. Enough to reveal the truth they had been trying to conceal. Enough to show that, in their heart, they knew the answer would condemn them. I didn't want to hurt anyone, they said softly, almost pleadingly. But if you stand in my way. It was the last straw. The group erupted into action, some reaching for weapons, others backing away in disbelief. The figure's calm facade cracked, their movements growing frantic as they raised the crystal high, its pulse quickening. The storm outside seemed to roar in response, the wind slamming against the camp with renewed fury. Shadows flickered in the firelight, and for a moment, it was impossible to tell if the movement came from the storm or something within it. Then the first blow landed. The fight was brutal, chaotic, a clash of desperation and betrayal. The figure fought with a ferocity that belied their calm demeanor, wielding the crystal like a weapon. It emitted a strange, otherworldly light, disorienting their attackers and throwing the camp into chaos. But the group was not without their own strength. They fought back with everything they had, their anger and heartbreak fueling their movements. The bond they had shared, though shattered, still gave them an edge. They knew each other's strengths and weaknesses, knew how to work together even in the face of betrayal. The fight was short but devastating. The figure fell to their knees, the crystal slipping from their grasp. It hit the ground with a sound that was both a crack and a whisper, the light within it fading to nothing. The silence that followed was unbearable. The group stood frozen, the wind howling around them as they stared at the fallen figure. The fire sputtered, its light casting long shadows on faces that were etched with grief and disbelief. The figure looked up at them, their eyes filled with something that wasn't quite regret. You'll see, they whispered, their voice barely audible over the wind. One day, you'll understand. And then they were still. The ground trembled beneath their feet, a low, guttural vibration that felt alive, almost sentient. The frigid air carried a strange electricity, sharp and biting, as if the very tundra itself held its breath. Then came the sound, deep, resonant, and ancient, a groan that seemed to rise from the bones of the earth, shaking loose snow from the jagged cliffs. Every instinct screamed to run, but there was nowhere to go. The vast Arctic plains stretched endlessly, their stark beauty now twisted into something ominous. Eyes darted toward the horizon, where a pale blue glow began to pulse, faint at first, but growing stronger, more insistent. It wasn't the light of the sun or the auroras. This light was different. It felt wrong. The first scream came from one of the scouts at the perimeter. It wasn't the cry of someone startled, it was raw, primal terror, the kind that ripped through the air and froze blood in veins. Heads turned toward the source, and what they saw made their hearts stop. The ice had split open, a massive fissure slicing through the tundra like a wound. From its depths emerged a shape, too immense and too alien to comprehend at first. It didn't rise so much as unfurl, its movements deliberate, almost languid, as if it had been asleep for eons and now stirred reluctantly. The Arctic god was awake. It was a monstrosity born of ice and shadow, its form shifting and undefined, as though it refused to be contained by the physical world. Jagged spires of frost jetted from its body, glinting like cruel daggers in the faint light. Its eyes, or what passed for them, were pools of unbroken white, radiating a cold so intense it felt like death itself. For a moment, there was silence, broken only by the faint whistle of the wind. Then the creature roared, a sound so vast it seemed to tear through reality itself. The very sky seemed to shatter, the auroras flickering and twisting in response. The ground shook violently, cracks spidering out across the ice, threatening to swallow everything. And with that roar, they came. Monsters erupted from the ice, tearing free from their frozen prisons as if summoned by their master's call. There were horrors of every shape and size, some covered in jagged fur and sinew, others sleek and serpentine, their translucent bodies glistening with frost. Their eyes glowed with the same eerie light as the gods, and their movements were unnaturally fast, a blur of claws and teeth and rage. Panic spread like wildfire. The expedition's camp, so meticulously prepared, descended into chaos. People scrambled for weapons, for shelter, for anything that could protect them from the onslaught. But it was useless. The monsters were relentless, their attacks coordinated as if guided by a single, malevolent will. A massive creature, its body covered in thick, ice-encrusted scales, lunged at a group of survivors huddled near a supply tent. Its roar was deafening, its breath a freezing mist that turned everything it touched into brittle shards. One man raised his rifle, firing desperately, but the bullets seemed to ricochet off the beast's hide, leaving only shallow marks. It swung a massive claw, and the tent, and the people within, disappeared in a spray of snow and blood. Others tried to flee, but the tundra offered no refuge. The ground beneath their feet betrayed them, fissures opening without warning, swallowing them whole. One woman screamed as a serpentine creature burst from the ice directly beneath her, its needle-like teeth sinking into her leg. She was dragged into the depths, her cries cut off abruptly. Amid the chaos, a group of survivors banded together, their desperation giving them a semblance of unity. They moved as one, their breaths visible in the freezing air, their eyes wide with fear but also determination. To the ridge, someone shouted, pointing toward a nearby rise of jagged rocks. It wasn't much, but it was higher ground, a place where they could at least regroup and make a stand. They ran, slipping and stumbling on the ice, the monsters in relentless pursuit. A smaller, wolf-like creature leapt at one of them, its teeth bared and its eyes blazing. Another survivor turned, swinging a makeshift weapon, a metal pole wrapped in cloth. The impact sent the creature skidding across the ice, but it was back on its feet in seconds, snarling and more ferocious than before. Reaching the ridge felt like an eternity, every step a battle against the freezing air, the treacherous ground, and the constant threat of death. When they finally scrambled onto the rocks, they collapsed, gasping for breath, their bodies trembling not just from the cold but from sheer exhaustion and terror. But there was no time to rest. The monsters were circling, their glowing eyes like malevolent stars in the darkness. The Arctic god loomed in the distance, its immense form moving with a terrifying grace. It wasn't attacking directly, but its presence was a weapon in itself. The air grew colder with each passing moment, the frost creeping closer, threatening to encase everything in its path. One of the survivors, a young man whose face was smeared with blood and dirt, looked around frantically. "We can't stay here," he said, his voice trembling. "It's going to kill us all." Another, an older woman with a jagged wound across her arm, shook her head. "There's nowhere to go," she said, her voice hollow. "This is its domain." The young man opened his mouth to argue, but before he could speak, the ground beneath them shuddered violently. They barely had time to react as a massive creature, larger than any they had seen so far, slammed into the ridge. Its body was a mass of spikes and sinew, its jaws wide enough to swallow a person whole. The survivors scattered, scrambling over the rocks as the creature roared and swiped at them with its massive claws. One man was too slow, and the beast caught him, lifting him into the air before tossing him aside like a rag doll. His body hit the ice with a sickening crack, and he didn't move. The older woman screamed, raising a flare gun and firing it directly at the creature's face. The flare struck its eye, and the beast roared in pain, thrashing wildly. It bought them a moment, just enough to regroup and flee further up the ridge. But the monsters weren't the only threat. The Arctic god's influence was growing, the air thick with a strange, oppressive energy. It felt like the world itself was turning against them, the cold pressing in from all sides, suffocating and unrelenting. As they fought to stay alive, one question burned in their minds. How could they possibly stop something so vast, so powerful? The Arctic god wasn't just a creature, it was a force of nature, a living embodiment of the frozen world. And it had decided they were no longer welcome. They were intruders in a place that didn't forgive, a place where the line between life and death was as thin as the ice beneath their feet. And now, that line was shattering. The sea was still, unnervingly so, like the calm before the collapse of a towering glacier. The gray expanse of the Southern Ocean stretched endlessly, its surface unnaturally smooth, reflecting a sky heavy with clouds that churned but did not move. The expedition ship creaked under the weight of a silence that felt alive, each groan of the metal hull a reminder that something was watching. Far below, in the depths of the Antarctic waters, something stirred. At first, it was just a faint vibration, a tremor so delicate it could have been a trick of the mind. But then it came again, stronger this time, and the still waters rippled. The crew on the ship exchanged nervous glances, their breath visible in the cold air. Instruments began to falter, compasses spinning wildly, electronic devices blinking erratically. Something vast and ancient was disrupting the world itself. The ocean turned black. Not the darkness of night, but a blackness that seemed to swallow all light, leaving the world in an eerie half-shadow. The air grew heavy, thick with a sense of foreboding so palpable it was hard to breathe. The first wave hit without warning, a wall of water that rose unnaturally, as though pulled from the depths by an unseen hand. It crashed against the ship with a force that sent everyone sprawling, the deck slick with icy spray. From the horizon, a glow began to rise. Not the warm glow of sunlight, but a cold, pulsating light that danced erratically, as if mocking the natural order. It seemed to emanate from beneath the ocean, illuminating the dark waves with a sickly green hue. The sea trembled again, and this time, it was no gentle warning. A roar, so low and guttural it felt like the earth itself was crying out, echoed across the waters. The Antarctic god was waking. The ship listed to one side as another wave struck, and someone screamed, a sound of pure, unbridled terror. In the distance, the water began to churn violently, a vortex forming where the glow was brightest. The whirlpool grew rapidly, its edges lined with shards of ice that jutted upward like the teeth of some monstrous maw. From its center, something began to rise. At first, it was hard to make out, an immense shape that defied comprehension, its surface glistening with seawater and frost. It was not a single form, but many, shifting and merging like liquid given terrible life. Great tendrils of ice and sinew arced into the sky, each one impossibly large, radiating an energy that made the air hum. And then, as if sensing its moment had come, the god fully emerged. It towered over the ocean, a behemoth born of the abyss, its form both alien and familiar. It bore the weight of the southern seas in its gaze, eyes like twin voids that seemed to pierce through time itself. Every movement it made sent waves crashing in all directions, and with each breath, the temperature seemed to drop, the ocean surface freezing in jagged, spreading patterns. The monsters came soon after. They rose from the water in droves, each one more horrifying than the last. There were creatures with jagged, crystalline spines that shimmered in the green light, their many legs propelling them across the frozen patches with frightening speed. Others were serpentine, their translucent bodies coiling through the water like living shadows. And then there were the Leviathans, colossal beasts that broke through the ice with thunderous cracks, their roars shaking the very sky. On the ship, chaos erupted. The crew scrambled to arm themselves, though it was clear that no weapon they possessed could stand against what they faced. A massive, crab-like creature latched onto the side of the vessel, its pincers crushing steel as if it were paper. It took 2 men with it when it fell back into the sea, their screams cutting off abruptly as the icy water swallowed them. Another monster, sleek and predatory, leapt onto the deck, its long, blade-like limbs slicing through anything in its path. It moved with unnatural speed, its eyes glowing with the same green light as the vortex from which it had come. One crew member, a young woman barely out of training, managed to fire a flare into its chest. It screeched and recoiled, but the victory was short-lived. Within seconds, another had taken its place. The Antarctic god watched. It did not attack directly, but its presence was suffocating, its influence warping the very fabric of reality. The sky above began to twist, clouds spiraling unnaturally as a storm gathered. Lightning forked across the heavens, but it was not the white-hot bolts of a typical storm. This lightning was cold, its light searing and blue, striking the ocean with an unholy crackle that sent shockwaves through the water. One strike hit the ship's mast, splintering it into fragments that rained down onto the deck. Fires sparked briefly before being extinguished by the relentless spray of the waves. The ship groaned again, its structure pushed to the breaking point. And still, the monsters came. One by one, the crew began to fall, their bravery overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the onslaught. A man armed with a harpoon tried to fend off a Leviathan, his weapon bouncing harmlessly off its armored hide before the beast swiped him into the freezing abyss. Another, wielding nothing but a wrench, stood defiantly against the serpent, only to be coiled and dragged screaming into the sea. Through it all, the Antarctic god remained motionless, its massive form silhouetted against the unnatural light of the vortex. It was as if it were waiting, watching, its inscrutable gaze fixed on the chaos it had unleashed. It was a force of nature given form, indifferent to the suffering it caused, its only purpose to restore a balance that humanity could never hope to understand. The last few survivors huddled together on what remained of the deck, their breaths coming in ragged gasps, their faces pale with cold and terror. One of them, an older man with a deep scar across his cheek, muttered something under his breath. It sounded like a prayer, though whether it was directed toward salvation or the god itself was unclear. The storm grew fiercer, the wind howling like a living thing, the waves crashing with a fury that seemed to defy physics. And then, just as it seemed the ship would be swallowed whole, the Antarctic god moved. Slowly, deliberately, it raised one massive appendage, the motion causing the vortex to expand, its light growing blindingly bright. The survivors shielded their eyes, their hearts pounding with a mix of awe and dread. The god's gesture was neither an attack nor a retreat. It was something else entirely, a statement written in the language of gods and monsters, a language that humans were never meant to understand. The sky tore itself apart in silence before the sound followed, a booming roar that seemed to split the world in two. The tundra trembled as the Arctic god emerged, its massive form dragging icy storms in its wake. The earth beneath it froze solid, jagged glaciers sprouting from the ground like a forest of crystalline knives. Its breath alone transformed the air into a frosty haze, each exhalation a herald of ruin. Far to the south, the Antarctic god answered. The southern ocean churned violently, its dark waters rising in defiance of gravity as the beast ascended. Its body was a cascade of glistening black ice and writhing tendrils, its glowing green eyes piercing through the storm clouds that swirled above. As it moved, the water beneath it seemed to boil and freeze simultaneously, a paradox that twisted the laws of nature into knots. The two gods were drawn to each other, their titanic forms converging like magnets, pulled together by a force older than time. The ground shook as they advanced, the frozen wilderness splitting apart under their immense weight. Entire mountain ranges groaned and collapsed as the monsters neared one another, their combined presence an unbearable strain on the fragile balance of the earth. The Arctic god roared first, a deafening sound that resonated with ancient fury. It swung an enormous limb, crashing it into the frozen ground, sending shockwaves rippling outward. The Antarctic god answered with a guttural bellow, its tendrils lashing through the air like whips, slicing through anything in their path. The tundra cracked open as their power collided, the landscape fracturing into jagged pieces that floated precariously on an icy sea. Their clash began with terrifying violence. The Arctic god lunged, its crystalline claws slashing through the storm. Each movement was a tidal wave of frost and wind, its raw power freezing the very air. The Antarctic god met the attack head-on, its tendrils intertwining with the Arctic god's limbs in a battle of strength and will. The frozen ground beneath them shattered, enormous chunks of ice flying into the sky like meteors before crashing back down with devastating force. The impact of their strike sent tremors racing across the globe. Icebergs the size of cities broke apart, oceans surged with monstrous waves, and the skies darkened as the storms of both gods merged into a single, furious tempest. The wind screamed, carrying shards of ice that cut through the air like razors. Lightning, cold and blue from the north, sickly green from the south, collided in the sky, creating a web of searing light that illuminated the battlefield. As the two titans fought, their monstrous creations joined the chaos. The Arctic beasts swarmed across the tundra, their crystalline bodies gleaming like frozen stars. They struck with savage precision, their claws and teeth tearing into anything in their way. From the southern seas, the Antarctic creatures surged forth, serpentine and terrifying, their translucent forms glowing with otherworldly energy. The smaller monsters clashed like waves against the shore, their battles painting the ice with crimson as the weak were torn apart and the strong pressed forward. In the midst of the chaos, the Arctic god reared back, raising an enormous limb into the air. With a deafening crack, it brought its limb down onto the Antarctic god, shattering the ice beneath them and sending a shockwave rippling outward. The Antarctic god staggered but retaliated instantly, its tendrils wrapping around the Arctic god's arm and pulling with tremendous force. The two giants locked together, their movements grinding against the frozen ground, reshaping the very landscape as they struggled for dominance. The air grew thicker with the energy of their conflict, an oppressive weight that made it hard to stand, to breathe. The storm above intensified, the clouds swirling faster, darker, as if the heavens themselves were bearing witness to this ancient war. Snow and ice whipped through the air, blinding and relentless, while the thunder of their roars echoed endlessly across the desolate expanse. For a moment, it seemed the Arctic god had gained the upper hand. With a ferocious cry, it wrenched free from the Antarctic god's grip, its claws carving deep into its foe's icy hide. The Antarctic god roared in fury, its glow pulsing brighter as it lashed out with renewed ferocity. Its tendrils struck like serpents, coiling around the Arctic god's massive limbs, constricting, crushing. The Arctic god stumbled, its movements slowing under the relentless attack, but its eyes burned with unyielding resolve. Then the ground gave way. The sheer magnitude of their battle had weakened the earth itself, the frozen terrain cracking apart into massive chasms. The Arctic god roared in defiance as it teetered on the edge of a massive rift, its claws digging into the ground for purchase. The Antarctic god surged forward, sensing victory, but the Arctic god retaliated with one final, devastating blow. It struck the ground with all its might, sending a shockwave that fractured the terrain even further, creating a massive fissure that swallowed both gods in an avalanche of ice and snow. The battlefield fell silent. The winds began to subside, the storm's fury easing into a restless calm. The monsters, both Arctic and Antarctic, paused in their fighting, their primal instincts momentarily overridden by the absence of their creator's roars. The ground continued to tremble, a low, ominous rumble that suggested the conflict was far from over. Somewhere deep beneath the ice, the gods still moved, their battle continuing in the unseen depths, their power shaking the world to its core. The survivors of the expedition, those few who had managed to cling to life amid the chaos, stood in stunned silence. They were battered, bruised, and broken, but they were alive. Around them, the remnants of the battlefield stretched endlessly, a frozen wasteland scarred by the fury of gods. They could only watch as the ground heaved and shuddered, the echoes of the titanic clash resonating like the heartbeat of a wounded world. The first crack was barely audible, like a distant whisper carried on the wind. Then, the ground shuddered violently, and the air split with an ear-piercing roar. The ice itself, once an unyielding fortress of endless white, began to fracture. Sharp, jagged lines spider-webbed across the surface, each one a harbinger of destruction. It was as though the earth could no longer bear the weight of the chaos raging above and below. The Arctic and Antarctic gods were locked in their relentless struggle, their colossal forms moving with an otherworldly power that defied comprehension. Each clash of their massive limbs sent shockwaves through the poles, shattering glaciers and throwing up walls of icy debris. The frozen lands trembled, their ancient stability unraveling as the balance between the realms teetered on the edge of collapse. Icebergs the size of cities broke apart and floated aimlessly into the churning seas. Where once there was stillness and majesty, now there was chaos. The northern tundra, once a pristine expanse of silence and frost, became a battlefield of ruptured earth and rising steam. In the south, the Antarctic ice shelves groaned and collapsed, plunging into the icy depths of the ocean with deafening crashes that sent towering waves racing across the horizon. The sky above reflected the turmoil below. Storm clouds thickened and twisted, their shapes unnatural and haunting. Snow fell in torrents, not soft and delicate, but sharp and stinging, a blizzard of knives. Lightning streaked through the darkened heavens, illuminating the monstrous silhouettes of the gods as they clashed. Their roars were thunder itself, their movements tearing at the very fabric of the poles. Amid the chaos, fissures opened in the ice, vast chasms that seemed to descend endlessly into the earth. From these rifts poured an eerie glow, a cold light that pulsed like the heartbeat of the dying realms. Strange, unearthly sounds echoed from within, a chorus of despair that resonated in the bones of anyone near. It was as if the poles were crying out, their ancient spirits mourning the unraveling of their existence. The animals, instinctive and wise, fled in every direction, their usual stoicism shattered. Polar bears lumbered across crumbling ice fields, their once powerful strides faltering as the ground gave way beneath them. Seals and penguins scattered in terrified throngs, diving into waters that were now as perilous as the land. The creatures of the poles, born and bred in the harshest conditions on Earth, had never known fear like this. The humans who had dared to tread on this sacred ground fared no better. Their survival was a desperate, scrambling thing, a constant fight against the elements and the destruction wrought by the gods' fury. Ice fields became traps, the ground splitting beneath their feet, forcing them to leap and claw their way to temporary safety. Their breath froze in their lungs, their bodies battered by the unrelenting storm. Some fell, swallowed by the abyss or crushed by the collapsing ice, their screams lost in the deafening symphony of ruin. The gods' conflict grew more violent with every passing moment. The Arctic god, its crystalline body shimmering with frost, struck with a ferocity that froze entire swaths of land in an instant. Its enemy, the Antarctic god, retaliated with a tidal wave of black ice and writhing tendrils that shattered the frozen barriers. Each blow was an act of creation and destruction, reshaping the poles with every strike. And yet, there was something more profound, more terrifying, at work. The poles were not simply breaking, they were unraveling. The ancient forces that had sustained them for millennia were slipping away, undone by the gods' ceaseless battle. The magnetic fields wavered and twisted, their invisible power lines thrown into disarray. The currents of the ocean shifted erratically, the lifeblood of the planet thrown into chaos. The ice itself seemed to mourn its fate. Massive towers of frost collapsed in slow motion, their splintering sounds a haunting requiem. Rivers of meltwater formed, rushing into the gaping chasms and disappearing into the unknown. The beauty of the frozen realms, their purity and stillness, was erased, replaced by a relentless march of destruction. In the heart of this maelstrom, the gods continued their war. The Arctic god roared, a sound that split the air and sent tremors through the earth. It lunged at its foe, claws extended, ice trailing in its wake like a comet's tail. The Antarctic god twisted and countered, its tendrils lashing out, slicing through glaciers with terrifying ease. They moved with an unholy grace, their titanic forms both awe-inspiring and horrifying. With each clash, the poles grew weaker. The ice that had stood for millions of years, unyielding and eternal, crumbled. The balance that had held the world in harmony was undone. And as the gods fought, their monstrous creations roamed the chaos, adding to the destruction. The Arctic beasts, crystalline and fierce, battled their Antarctic counterparts, translucent and alien. The ice fields became a graveyard of these monstrous creatures, their fallen bodies littering the frozen landscape. The humans, those fragile witnesses to this apocalypse, could do nothing but endure. They clung to the remnants of the ice, their minds numb with fear and exhaustion. Their eyes, frozen and bloodshot, watched as the gods fought, unable to comprehend the enormity of what was unfolding. This was not a battle they could fight, not a war they could win. They were specks in the face of cosmic forces, their survival a fleeting accident in the grand tapestry of destruction. The collapse of the ice realms was a tragedy beyond words. It was the end of an era, the death of a world that had stood untouched and untamed. The Arctic and Antarctic, once the twin pillars of Earth's balance, were now battlegrounds for powers too vast, too ancient, to understand. And yet, there was no end in sight. The gods fought on, their titanic rage fueling the collapse. The ice continued to crack and fall, the seas continued to churn, and the skies continued to rage. The poles, once the silent sentinels of the earth, were consumed by the noise of their undoing. As the world watched, helpless and horrified, the realization sank in. This was not just the collapse of the ice realms. This was the beginning of something far worse. The air crackled with an energy that didn't belong, a strange, almost magnetic pull that made hair stand on end and hearts race. There was a moment of silence, heavy and breathless, as the ragged group of survivors stood on the edge of the frozen cliff. They weren't alone. Towering over them, barely restrained by the icy winds, was a beast unlike anything they had dared approach before. Its crystalline body refracted the dim light, creating a ghostly rainbow halo around its jagged form. Its massive claws could shred steel, yet they hung, motionless for now, a silent threat in the frigid air. The humans knew this creature could end them in an instant. And yet, they stood firm, trembling but resolute. No one moved. No one dared breathe too loudly. Words, if spoken, would surely shatter the delicate, fragile thread holding this moment together. The beast's eyes glowed with a sharp, icy blue, intelligent, assessing, and filled with something that could only be described as suspicion. And maybe, just maybe, a spark of understanding. One of the group, a man with frostbitten hands and eyes haunted by everything he had seen, took a single step forward. He raised his empty hand slowly, his movements deliberate. This wasn't bravery, it was desperation. He knew that if this failed, there wouldn't be another chance. "We're not your enemy," he said, his voice trembling but carrying a weight of truth that seemed to cut through the freezing wind. "We want to stop the destruction. That means stopping them." The beast tilted its massive head, the motion slow and deliberate, as if considering. The tension in the air thickened, almost suffocating. Then came a sound, a low rumble, not quite a growl, but not human either. It vibrated through the ice, through the bones of every person present. It wasn't aggression. It was acknowledgement. Another figure emerged from the shadows, a second creature, smaller but no less fearsome. This one's body shimmered with fire-like light, though it didn't burn the way flames should. It moved like molten ice, fluid and dangerous. Its fiery glow cast sharp shadows on the faces of the humans, making their fear even more pronounced. Yet, like the first, it didn't attack. The humans exchanged glances, their expressions filled with disbelief and cautious hope. Two monsters, polar opposites in every way, stood before them, and neither had struck. It was as if the creatures sensed something greater than their instinctive enmity. "We need you," the man said again, addressing both. His voice grew steadier, fueled by the adrenaline coursing through his veins. "We can't stop this alone. You're stronger than us, and you've seen what's happening. The world won't survive if this keeps going." The fiery beast stepped closer, its molten form hissing against the ice beneath it. It let out a sound, sharp, piercing, and almost inquisitive. The icy giant responded with a low, resonant noise, a language of their own that humans couldn't begin to comprehend. And yet, in that moment, they seemed to reach an understanding. One of the humans, a woman with a scar slicing across her cheek, tightened her grip on the spear in her hand. She didn't trust them. How could she? These were monsters, beings that had terrorized the frozen wastelands and caused devastation on scales she couldn't fathom. But she also knew the truth. Without them, the battle was already lost. The alliance, if it could even be called that, was forged not out of trust, but necessity. The creatures wouldn't submit, and the humans wouldn't dare to command them. Instead, they walked a thin, perilous line of cooperation, each side aware of how easily it could all fall apart. The first test came quickly. A tremor rippled through the ground, the ice beneath them cracking with a deafening snap. From the depths below, something emerged, a monstrous, writhing serpent of black ice, its eyes blazing with malevolent fire. It lashed out with terrifying speed, its tail shattering a nearby glacier into shards that rained down like glass. The humans braced for death, but it didn't come. The icy beast surged forward, its massive claws catching the serpent mid-strike. The impact sent shockwaves through the ground, the sheer force of it enough to send the humans sprawling. Then the fiery creature joined the fray. It leaped with impossible agility, its molten limbs wrapping around the serpent's neck. The air filled with a sizzling roar as fire met ice, steam billowing into the storm-ridden sky. The humans watched, frozen in awe. This wasn't just a battle, it was a symphony of raw power and primal fury. These creatures, so different in every way, fought together with a strange and terrifying harmony. When the serpent finally fell, collapsing into a heap of shattered ice and ash, the humans barely had time to recover before another threat emerged. More beasts, drawn by the commotion, appeared on the horizon, hulking forms that moved with deadly purpose. The alliance was tested again and again, each encounter a razor-thin balance between survival and annihilation. The humans learned to fight alongside the creatures, their movements hesitant at first, but growing more confident with each battle. They weren't equals, not even close, but they found ways to support one another. The woman with the scar discovered she could distract enemies long enough for the icy beast to strike with precision. The man with frostbitten hands learned to channel the fiery creature's destructive energy, luring enemies into its path. They weren't perfect, and the alliance was fraught with tension, but it held. There were moments of quiet, too, though they were fleeting. In those moments, the humans and monsters regarded one another across the icy expanse, their breaths visible in the freezing air. They weren't friends. They weren't allies in the traditional sense. But they shared a common goal, and that was enough. For now. The fire in the distance never ceased. The storm clouds never lifted. And the monstrous god that loomed on the horizon, waiting for its chance to strike, reminded them all that this fragile alliance was only the beginning. The ground shook with a force that felt like the earth's very bones were breaking. Splits tore through the icy plains, jagged and endless, as if the planet itself had had enough and was tearing at its seams. A low, guttural rumble echoed across the poles, not just a sound but a presence, something ancient and immeasurable forcing its way back into existence. The survivors, human and monster alike, stopped in their tracks. They could sense it. Not in the way one feels a tremor or hears a sound, but in their marrow, in their very beings. An oppressive weight hung in the air, as though existence itself was being bent under something unspeakably vast. And then it came. The horizon darkened, not from a storm, but from a form so colossal it seemed to stretch into the heavens. At first, it was indistinct, a mass of ice and shadow shifting against the pale sky. But as it moved, its shape became horrifyingly clear. Legs the size of mountains pushed through the frozen terrain, cracking glaciers with every step. Its body was a jagged amalgamation of ice and ancient rock, glinting like shattered mirrors in the faint light. Its arms were titanic, each motion causing winds so fierce they flattened anything in their path. But it was the face, or what passed for a face, that truly stopped hearts. A hollowed expanse where eyes should have been, glowing faintly with a cold light that promised not rage, but an eerie, detached destruction. The Ice Titan had risen. The first wave of its movement was enough to scatter everything in its vicinity. Entire chunks of land were flung into the air like toys, crashing down with devastating force. The monsters, even those massive and terrifying in their own right, seemed small, insignificant in comparison. They hesitated, some roaring defiantly, others retreating instinctively. For the humans, it was a moment of pure, paralyzing terror. No strategy, no weapon, no alliance could stand against something like this. It wasn't just a threat, it was a force of nature, a being born of the world's fury and cold indifference. And yet, in the midst of the chaos, there were those who didn't flee. A man covered in frost burns raised his eyes to the towering behemoth, his lips trembling not just with cold, but with something close to defiance. "It's too big," someone whispered behind him, their voice cracking. "There's no way to fight that." He didn't reply, because the truth was plain. You didn't fight something like this. You endured it, if you could. The Ice Titan roared, though it wasn't a sound so much as a vibration that tore through the ice and into the soul. With that roar, it moved faster than seemed possible for something so massive. One swing of its arm was enough to flatten an entire mountain, sending snow and debris cascading into the frozen sea. The monsters rallied first. A fiery beast, one that had once seemed unstoppable, leapt toward the Titan with a snarl that burned the air around it. It struck with all the force of its molten power, claws digging into the Titan's icy form. For a moment, it seemed to have an effect. The ice sizzled, cracked, but then the Titan moved. A single swipe sent the fiery creature hurtling through the air, its glowing body dimming as it crashed into a distant glacier. Others followed. The icy behemoth that had guarded the heart of ice lunged forward, its claws carving through the Titan's leg. The wound was deep, spreading fractures like veins across the Titan's form. But it was not enough. The Titan roared again, this time slamming its massive hand into the ground. A shockwave rippled out, shattering the ice beneath the attackers and swallowing them whole. For the humans, it was chaos. They scrambled for cover, dodging falling ice and snow, their minds racing with the hopelessness of the situation. And yet, even in the madness, a voice rose above the fray. We can't let it take both poles. The words weren't loud, but they cut through the panic like a knife. It was the scarred woman, her spear gripped tightly in her frostbitten hands. Her face was pale, her eyes fierce. If it merges them, she continued, her breath visible in the freezing air, there won't be anything left. Not here, not anywhere. There was silence for a moment, broken only by the distant roar of the Titan and the collapsing ice. And then, against all odds, the humans moved. Not away from the battle, but toward it. They weren't warriors. They weren't even heroes. But they had survived this long, and that survival had forged something stronger than weapons. A flare lit up the frozen battlefield as one of the survivors launched a signal. It wasn't meant to harm, it was meant to distract. The Titan turned its hollow gaze toward the tiny light, its massive form casting an endless shadow over the humans. That was when the icy beast struck again. It emerged from the chasm, battered but unbroken, and launched itself at the Titan's vulnerable leg. Its claws dug deep, finding purchase in the fractures from earlier. At the same time, the fiery creature reappeared, its molten form flickering but fierce. It joined the attack, its searing heat melting through the Titan's icy armor. Together, the monsters worked in a brutal, desperate harmony, their combined strength enough to stagger even the Titan. But the Titan was not so easily defeated. It bellowed once more, and with that sound, the very air seemed to freeze. Snow turned to sharp shards, raining down like knives. The humans ducked for cover, their makeshift shields barely holding. Through it all, the scarred woman stood her ground. She didn't look at the falling snow or the chaos around her. Her eyes were fixed on the Titan, on the way its movements slowed each time the monsters struck in unison. We have to keep it off balance, she shouted, her voice cutting through the wind. And so they did. The humans fought alongside the monsters, not as equals, but as something closer to comrades. They distracted, they shielded, they guided the attacks with flares and fire. It wasn't enough to win, but it was enough to survive. For now. The Titan, though wounded, was far from defeated. Its hollow gaze scanned the battlefield, as if already calculating its next move. Its sheer presence was enough to remind them all that this wasn't a battle they could win with strength alone. And yet, amidst the destruction, there was a strange, fragile hope. Not because they believed they could destroy the Titan, but because they were still standing. Against the impossible, against the inevitable, they had not fallen. The ice cracked beneath them. The sky darkened further. And the Titan, ancient and unrelenting, loomed larger than ever. The wind howled like a living thing, screaming through the jagged valleys of ice and snow. Every step was agony. The biting cold gnawed at flesh and bone, and the endless white seemed to stretch forever, blurring the line between land and sky. The world itself seemed to resist them, as if knowing the weight of what lay ahead. No one spoke. There was nothing to say. Words would only be stolen by the wind, and the weight of what they carried was beyond words. The last remnants of warmth came from the faint glimmers of memory, voices long gone, promises made, and the fragile hope that somehow, against all odds, they could still make a difference. At the head of the group, the scarred woman clutched the map, now tattered and damp, barely legible beneath frost and bloodstains. Her hand trembled, not from the cold, but from the weight of responsibility. Behind her, the others trudged forward, their breaths visible in the frigid air, their faces etched with exhaustion and something darker. The Heart of Ice was no longer just a destination. It was a gamble, a final chance to stop the Titan before it consumed everything. They didn't know if they could succeed. They only knew they couldn't afford to fail. A sound split the silence, a distant, low rumble, almost imperceptible at first. Then it grew, spreading through the ice like a pulse. The ground shuddered beneath their feet. "It's moving again," someone muttered, their voice barely audible. They all stopped, hearts pounding. For a moment, the only sound was the creaking of the ice beneath them, as if the earth itself was holding its breath. And then, far on the horizon, they saw it. The Titan's silhouette loomed against the stormy sky, vast and terrible. Its movements were slow but deliberate, each step carving devastation into the landscape. Shards of ice the size of buildings fell with every motion, sending ripples through the frozen ground. It was heading toward the heart, as if drawn by an unrelenting instinct. "Keep moving," the woman said, her voice steady despite the chaos around them. They pressed on. The air grew colder, if such a thing was even possible, and the landscape became more treacherous. Crevices yawned beneath their feet, their depths swallowing the faint light. Sharp winds cut at their exposed skin, and the snow turned to sleet, lashing their faces like tiny daggers. And then, the first of them fell. It was the youngest, a boy who had joined the expedition out of desperation rather than choice. His footing gave way on a slick patch of ice, and he tumbled into a crevasse. His scream was swallowed by the abyss before anyone could react. The group froze, horror etched into their faces. But the woman didn't stop. She couldn't. "Move," she said, her voice sharp, cracking like a whip. "We keep moving." It wasn't heartlessness. It was survival. Each step became heavier, not just from the physical strain, but from the growing burden of loss. There were fewer now, and every loss made the next step harder. But they kept moving. Because they had to. Hours passed, or maybe days. Time blurred in the endless white. They came across the frozen remains of those who had tried before them, their bodies half buried in snow, faces twisted in eternal agony. It was a grim reminder of what awaited them, and yet they pressed on. The map led them to a narrow passage, carved between towering walls of ice that seemed to glow faintly in the dim light. The heart was close now. They could feel it, a strange, unnatural warmth emanating from deep within, as if the earth's core was bleeding into this frozen wasteland. But the warmth was a warning, not a comfort. The air grew heavy, thick with tension. Every sound was amplified, the crunch of boots on snow, the labored breaths of the group, the distant rumble of the Titan. And then, without warning, the ice itself seemed to roar. The first attack came from above. Massive shards of ice fell like meteors, crashing into the narrow path and sending shockwaves through the ground. The group scattered, diving for cover as the ice shattered around them. One of them didn't make it, caught beneath a jagged shard that pierced through the ice like a spear. The woman turned, her eyes widening as she saw the figure emerge from the shadows of the passage. It wasn't the Titan, but something almost as terrifying, a guardian of the heart. Its body was a grotesque fusion of ice and flesh, its eyes glowing with an unnatural blue light. It moved with inhuman speed, its claws leaving trails of frost in the air. The survivors fought back with everything they had, but it wasn't enough. Their weapons barely scratched the creature's icy hide. One by one, they fell, until only the woman remained. She stood her ground, gripping her spear tightly. The creature lunged, its claws slicing through the air. She dodged, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow, and thrust her spear with all her strength. The weapon struck true, piercing the creature's glowing eye. It let out a deafening screech, thrashing wildly before collapsing into a heap of ice and flesh. But there was no time to mourn the fallen. The path ahead was clear now, and the heart was close. She stumbled forward, her legs barely supporting her. The warmth grew stronger with each step, and the glow of the heart became visible, a pulsating light emanating from a massive structure of ice and crystal. And then she saw it. The Titan stood at the edge of the heart, its massive form silhouetted against the glow. It wasn't moving, as if waiting, watching. Its hollow eyes seemed to fix on her, and for a moment, the world stood still. The woman tightened her grip on her spear. She was alone now, the last of her group. There was no plan, no strategy. Only the faint hope that somehow, she could stop this. The Titan took a step forward, the ground trembling beneath its weight. And still, she didn't run. She moved closer to the heart, the warmth now unbearable, searing her skin through layers of clothing. The Titan followed, each step a harbinger of destruction. And then she reached the heart. The glow surrounded her, blinding and overwhelming. The air crackled with energy, and for a moment, it felt as though time itself had stopped. She placed her hand on the crystalline structure, feeling its pulse, its life. She didn't know what would happen next. She only knew that this was the end, one way or another. The storm was louder now, a deafening roar that seemed to tear at the very fabric of the world. Ice and snow whipped around them, stinging their skin, cutting through their clothes, biting into their souls. The world had narrowed into a single point, the monstrous Titan standing before them, its shadow swallowing the ground beneath their feet. It was unstoppable. Massive. Relentless. Its cold, empty eyes burned with fury, and the weight of its rage threatened to crush everything in its path. The group was battered, bruised, and broken. They had lost so many already. The path to this moment had been paved with the bodies of those who had come before them. And yet, somehow, they were still here. Still fighting. But the Titan was too strong. It towered above them, its roar shaking the very earth. The woman, their leader, stood at the front, the weight of the past pressing down on her chest. Her breath was ragged, and her hands shook with the cold and exhaustion, but her eyes were locked on the creature before them. She knew. There was no other way. The battle was lost. "We can't keep going like this," she muttered, her voice barely rising above the howling wind. "We're not going to win." One of the others, a young man, wide-eyed and trembling with fear, looked at her, his expression filled with the desperation of someone on the edge of collapse. "What do we do? We're running out of time." They all knew it. The end was coming. And then, just as hope seemed to flicker out like a dying ember, the older man stepped forward. His face was withered, lined with age and experience, but his eyes, those eyes still held something. Something strong. Something that had survived 1,000 storms, and perhaps, something that could survive one more. He didn't speak immediately. He just looked at them, his gaze shifting from face to face, lingering on the woman. She looked back at him, and in that look, they both understood. The Titan's growl echoed through the mountains, a reminder of what waited for them if they did nothing. But they weren't going to do nothing. Not now. The older man turned toward the beast. He swallowed, a slight tremor in his chest. He knew what needed to be done. The ice beneath him seemed to shudder in agreement. There was no turning back now. "Get back," he said, his voice thick with determination. "This isn't your fight anymore." The woman tried to protest, but he raised a hand, silencing her. "It's the only way." Her heart raced in her chest. She knew what he was going to do. The sacrifice. It was always the sacrifice. The cold, cruel necessity of it. But it wasn't fair. It wasn't right. "Please, no," she whispered, reaching for him. But he was already stepping forward, his breath clouding in the freezing air. The Titan roared again, its massive body shifting, preparing for another strike. The older man didn't flinch. He faced it head-on, the weight of his decision sinking deeper with every passing second. The ground trembled beneath his feet. He could feel the power of the beast pushing against him, threatening to crush him. "I'm not running," he said softly, more to himself than anyone else. "I've been running my whole life. Not anymore." With one last glance at his comrades, he sprinted toward the Titan. His body moved with a strength he hadn't felt in years. He wasn't a young man anymore, but he was still fast enough. Strong enough. The Titan's eyes snapped toward him, its huge limbs swinging in an arc meant to strike him down. He didn't stop. He couldn't. He charged directly at the beast, heart pounding with every step, the cold air slicing at his face. The others stood frozen, watching in horror as the man closed the distance between them. The woman's eyes filled with tears, her throat tight with the unspeakable truth. She could feel the emptiness of the moment, the cruel weight of inevitability. They had lost so much already, but she had never imagined this. Never imagined that he, of all people, would be the one to make this final stand. The Titan's massive clawed hand swung down, aimed directly at him. The ground shook violently beneath its impact. The man's body collided with the Titan's foot, a final desperate attempt to draw the creature's attention. He gripped the icy surface with all his might, his hands bleeding from the force. His body trembled under the weight of the creature's power, but he didn't let go. He couldn't. "Do it," he whispered into the wind. And then, just as the Titan's claws began to descend, a flash of light erupted from the woman's hand. She had no time to think, only to act. Her heart was racing, her mind on fire with the desire to save him, to stop this madness. But she understood now. He had given her the only way. The only chance. The blast of energy ripped through the air, striking the Titan squarely in its chest. The creature roared, a sound of anguish and fury, but it was too late. The older man, his body now frozen to the creature's foot, had triggered the final moment. The blast had found its mark. The Titan's form crumpled, its massive body collapsing like a house of cards. The earth trembled with its fall, the coldness of its destruction swallowing everything in its wake. But through the falling snow and crumbling ice, the woman could see the older man, still clutching the Titan's foot, now encased in ice. His eyes were closed, and his face was frozen in a peaceful expression. He had given everything. For them. For the world. For the future. Her heart shattered as she staggered toward him, tears streaming down her face. The cold didn't bother her anymore. Nothing did. Not now. She dropped to her knees beside him, her hands trembling as she gently touched his face. His skin was frozen, but there was no pain in his expression. Just calm. Just acceptance. It wasn't fair. It never was. But in that moment, the world felt different. The storm was quieting. The Titan was no more. And for the first time in a long time, there was peace. A peace that came at the highest price. She whispered his name, a broken sob escaping her lips. And for a fleeting moment, the wind seemed to carry his spirit away, as if the world itself was thanking him for his sacrifice. The silence was deafening. The storm that had raged for so long had finally stilled, leaving behind a world that seemed too quiet, too still to be real. The winds that once howled with fury now whispered soft as they brushed against the snow, carrying the cold that seeped into the very bones of those who had survived. The ice beneath their feet cracked in places, the ground scarred and fractured, as though the earth itself mourned the destruction it had witnessed. The creatures were gone, the Titan fallen, but what was left? The survivors stood in a fragile circle, their faces etched with exhaustion and grief. The weight of the journey hung heavy on their shoulders, yet nothing could prepare them for the true burden of what had been lost. They had battled with the gods of ice, had fought monsters that should never have existed, had witnessed destruction on a scale that was unimaginable. And through it all, they had formed bonds that now felt like the only thing still holding them together. The woman, their leader, stared into the distance. Her eyes were empty, hollow, as though everything she had fought for had evaporated with the last breath of the Titan. The wind tugged at her hair, the cold biting at her skin, but she didn't feel it. The numbness had set in long ago. She had led them through it all. Through the storms. Through the monsters. Through the deaths. And yet, standing here now, the weight of it all was unbearable. Beside her, the young man who had once been so full of hope, so eager to make a difference, was now just a shadow of himself. His hands were raw, his body broken from the endless battles. But it wasn't the physical pain that haunted him now. It was the loss. The older man who had made the ultimate sacrifice, he was gone. And with him, a part of them had died too. The quiet reverence that lingered in the air was a reflection of the grief they all felt. The man had been their guide, their protector. And now, he was nothing more than a memory. They had not even had the chance to say goodbye. His face, frozen in that moment of sacrifice, was burned into their minds. The woman had been the last to see him alive, but even she couldn't remember what words had been exchanged. She had seen the peace in his eyes, though, peace that came with knowing he had done what needed to be done. But that didn't make the loss any easier. She wanted to scream. She wanted to rage against the unfairness of it all. But all she could do was stand there, her heart heavy, her soul numb. The group was silent, each lost in their own thoughts, each haunted by the memories of those they had lost along the way. The journey had been one of horror and hope, of fear and courage. And through it all, they had relied on each other. It was a bond forged in the fire of war, a bond that now seemed both fragile and unbreakable. As the silence stretched on, the woman felt something stir within her, a flicker of warmth amidst the cold. It wasn't much, but it was enough to remind her that they were still alive. They had made it this far. They had defeated the Titan. They had survived the storm. They had faced the unimaginable. And they had done it together. She glanced at the others, her eyes meeting the young man's, the one who had once been filled with uncertainty but had grown stronger with each passing day. His eyes held no words, only understanding. They had both lost so much, but they had also gained something. They had gained each other. And that, in this frozen wasteland, was a lifeline. The older woman who had once been full of doubt and fear now stood tall beside them, her posture steady, her eyes clear. She had witnessed the horrors firsthand, had lost her closest friends, but she had also seen the strength that came from the bonds they had forged. She had witnessed it in their most desperate moments, when everything seemed lost, when hope was nothing but a distant memory. But somehow, they had held on. They had held on because of the trust they had placed in one another. They had faced monsters, gods, and endless storms, and yet it was the trust they had built that had carried them through it all. The young man had been the first to reach out, the first to make a connection, and now, the woman realized, his act of kindness had given them the strength to keep going when they had nothing left. The snow beneath them shifted, and the cold pressed harder, but the silence remained. It was a silence born of loss. A silence that spoke of the sacrifices made. But it was also a silence that held something else, something almost impossible to put into words. It held the weight of everything they had experienced, but also the weight of everything they had given to one another. It was the sound of resilience, the sound of a shared strength that would never be broken, no matter how deep the wounds. The wind howled again, but it didn't matter. The storm had passed. The ice had cracked. And the world, as broken as it was, had been given a chance to heal. It would take time. It would take years. Maybe even lifetimes. But for now, there was something else, a sense of peace in knowing that they had made it. That they had stood together against something far greater than themselves, and they had emerged, battered but unbroken. The woman let out a shaky breath, her tears freezing on her cheeks. She didn't try to wipe them away. There was no shame in them now. Not anymore. She had lost so much, but she had also gained something she could never lose. She had gained the memories of those who had fought beside her. The faces of those who had died, their sacrifices forever etched into her heart. The older man's sacrifice had turned the tide. His death had made the victory possible. And even though they couldn't bring him back, they could carry him with them. They could carry his memory, his strength, and his love. That was the true legacy of the journey. The bonds they had forged in the fire of battle would not be broken by time. They would live on, in every step they took, and every challenge they faced. And though they had lost so much, they had also gained everything. The storm had passed, but the world was still frozen. Yet, in the midst of it all, there was warmth, a warmth that would guide them forward. A warmth born of sacrifice, of love, and of the unbreakable bonds that had been forged in the coldest of fires. The first light of dawn broke over the horizon, and for the first time in what seemed like an eternity, the world felt still. The air, once thick with the sting of frost and the howling winds of storms, had softened. The land beneath their feet no longer trembled, no longer quaked with the violence of the earth beneath the battles that had raged. It was as if everything, every frozen peak, every crevasse, had held its breath, and now it was exhaling. In the distance, the dark clouds that had once threatened to consume the very sky were retreating, pushed away by a quiet force. The ice that had been so fractured, so scarred by the wars of gods and monsters, now shimmered with a subtle glisten, small cracks in the surface beginning to heal, the deep wounds of the land slowly closing. The earth had not forgotten, but it was learning to forgive. There was no cheering. No great triumph. The silence stretched on, but it was a soft silence, one that felt like the first step of a long, painful recovery. The group stood at the edge of a ravaged plain, the wreckage of everything they had fought for still scattered around them. But as they watched the sky change, they could feel the first stirrings of something new. The creatures, the monsters, were retreating. Once terrifying shapes, now little more than whispers in the wind, slinking back into the shadows from where they had come. Some of them, the ones who had fought fiercely, the ones who had been driven by a hunger for destruction, were fading. They had no reason to stay now. The Arctic god was silent. The Antarctic god, once a harbinger of chaos, had calmed. The battle between the two great forces had been won, but at an unimaginable cost. And now, the land was asking for peace. But it wasn't easy. Some of the monsters lingered, hesitant, watching the group with eyes that could see deeper than human eyes ever could. There was something ancient in those eyes, something that spoke of forgotten lands and lost memories. And in those eyes, there was something like understanding. These creatures, these titans, were not born of malice but of the earth itself. They were the manifestation of a world that had been forgotten, a world that had once been whole and now had been shattered. They knew what it was to lose. They knew what it was to fight for survival. And so, many of them disappeared, their massive forms vanishing back into the cracks of the earth, into the dark corners of the world where they would wait. Wait until the time was right. Wait until the earth had healed enough to allow them to return. But some did not leave. Some stayed, watching, waiting, perhaps understanding that the world was changing, that the time of endless conflict had passed. The land was no longer their battleground. The heroes could feel it too. The weight of the battle had not left their shoulders, but there was a slight lift in the air. The cold was no longer so suffocating, no longer so oppressive. The bitter chill had given way to a softer kind of cold, one that felt more like a memory than an ever-present danger. The world was not healed. Not yet. But it was beginning to breathe again. The leader of the group, the woman who had carried so much of the weight, let her eyes drift across the land. She could see the quiet shift beneath the surface. It was a long way from the chaos that had been, but it was something. It was hope. Not in the way that they had once hoped for victory or for answers, but hope in the way that nature always finds a way to heal. Slowly. Quietly. Over time. The young man beside her, his face still marked with the remnants of battles fought and losses endured, spoke for the first time in what felt like ages. "Do you think they'll return?" he asked, his voice hoarse from days of shouting commands, from the weight of responsibility that had been too much to bear. She didn't answer right away. The question hung between them, like the faintest trace of a storm cloud on the horizon. Would the monsters return? Would the chaos rise again? Or had the world truly found peace? I don't know, she said finally, her voice soft. But I think, for now, we've earned a chance to rest. There was something in those words that made the air feel less heavy. Rest. It wasn't a promise of peace forever. It wasn't the end of the war between the gods and the monsters. But it was enough. It was enough for them to know that they had done what they could. That they had given everything they had to protect what was left of the world they loved. And now, the earth would have its chance to breathe. To heal. Slowly, piece by piece. The leader turned her gaze toward the horizon once more. The ice seemed to stretch farther now, the endless expanse no longer a threat but a canvas, waiting to be filled with life once more. It wasn't perfect. There would always be scars, always be remnants of what had been. But those scars would heal. The land would find its balance again. The monsters who had once ravaged the land, who had seemed like nothing but enemies, now seemed almost like distant memories themselves. Some would never return, their purpose fulfilled in the battles they had fought. Others would retreat, resting until the earth called them forth again. But the monsters were not the enemy anymore. Not all of them. The world was bigger than just the creatures, bigger than the gods and the beasts that had once walked upon it. It was the land, the ice, the very bones of the earth that had been torn and bruised but now stood, ready to heal. And in the quiet aftermath of the storm, the group stood together, unsure of what would come next, but certain of one thing: they had been a part of something bigger. Something greater than any of them. The first snowflake of the new season drifted down gently, falling without the violence it had once held. It landed softly on the woman's hand, melting the moment it touched her skin. It was a simple thing, but in that moment, it felt like a promise. A promise of renewal. As the others gathered around, their faces weary but lighter than they had been before, they all knew this moment would be remembered. Not as a moment of victory, but as a moment of rebirth. A moment where the world had taken a breath, and with it, the possibility for healing. A chance for the monsters to retreat, for the gods to sleep, and for the earth to grow strong again. The sky above the Arctic was a swirling canvas of gray and white, the wind howling as it tugged at the snow, sending it swirling in all directions. The air, cold enough to freeze breath mid-exhale, seemed to carry whispers, ancient, forgotten, and yet unmistakably clear. Beneath the ice, beneath the surface of the world, something had changed. Something deep had shifted, and the land had taken a breath, a pause. And in that silence, one figure stood at the edge of it all. The cold wrapped around him like an old friend, familiar and unforgiving, yet he didn't flinch. He had come to know this place as intimately as the beating of his own heart. It had been a battleground, a place of loss, of terror, and of battles fought for a world that could have easily been forgotten. But now, with the chaos gone, with the dust of the war settling into the ice, there was a new stillness. And he could feel it in his very bones. For a moment, it seemed like the landscape itself was holding its breath, unsure of what to do next. The ice stretched endlessly in all directions, broken only by jagged peaks and the occasional roar of the wind. There was nothing here, and yet, there was everything. Behind him, the others had retreated, their faces lined with exhaustion, their hearts heavy with the burden of all they had been through. They had fought, they had sacrificed, and now they were heading back, returning to whatever life they could rebuild from the ashes. But not him. He was different now. He had always known there was something about this place, something that called to him, deep down in a way he couldn't explain. But now, standing here, alone in the vast emptiness, it all made sense. The land needed a guardian. Not a king, not a ruler, but a protector. Someone who could listen to the whispers of the ice, who could feel the pulse of the earth beneath the frozen crust, and who could watch over it when the storms raged and when the calm settled. Someone who could stand as the last line between the wild, dangerous world of the Arctic and the fragile peace that they had fought so hard to create. His heart, which had been so full of fear, so full of doubt just days before, now felt steady. His breath, slow and deliberate, echoed in the silence of the land. The world seemed to pause with him, as though it had been waiting for him to come to this moment, to recognize what needed to be done. The others had gone, leaving him alone, but he felt no loneliness. It wasn't a sadness that pressed against him, no empty space where their voices used to be. It was a quiet acceptance, a deep understanding that he was where he was meant to be. The wind picked up, swirling harder now, as though testing him, pushing against him to see if he would move. But he didn't. His feet, planted firmly in the snow, did not falter. He thought of the battles, the fights against the gods, against the monsters that had torn through the land like unstoppable forces. He thought of the faces of those who had stood with him, those who had sacrificed everything for the hope of a better world. They had saved this place. But it wasn't enough. Not yet. No, this land needed someone who would stay, who would keep watch, not just for a day, not just for a year, but for as long as it needed. He could feel the weight of it now, pressing down on him, but in a way that made him stronger. It wasn't a burden, it was a responsibility. A responsibility he was ready to accept. His eyes swept across the endless horizon. The tundra, vast and unyielding, stretched out in every direction, empty but full of life, full of stories that no one would ever hear. This was where his soul had always belonged. There was something about the quiet violence of the wind, the endless march of the snow, that had always called to him. It was a part of him. It was his purpose. Without turning, he spoke, though he knew no one would answer. "I'll stay." The words fell from his lips like a promise, an echo of something greater than himself. He could feel it, the weight of what those words meant. He would be the eternal watchman, the one who would stand between the world of men and the savage, untamable force of nature that had nearly consumed them all. He would guard this place, not because he had to, but because it was where he belonged. As if on cue, the first flake of snow drifted down from the sky, gently landing on his face, melting instantly. The world seemed to react to his resolve, the very air humming with a strange energy, as though it had waited for him to make his choice. The wind seemed to quiet, just for a moment, as if the world was giving him the space he needed to settle into his new role. He took a deep breath, the cold seeping into his lungs, filling him with strength. This was no longer a battle. This was no longer about surviving. This was about protecting. He would be the keeper of the land, the one who could hear its whispers and sense its pain. And he would remain, even when the winds howled and the storms raged, even when the monsters of old tried to rise again. A crack in the ice. A rumble from deep below the surface. The land was not still, not completely. But it was healing. And as long as he stood there, as long as he held his place, it would heal a little more every day. He wasn't a god. He wasn't a hero in the traditional sense. He wasn't looking for glory or fame. He was just a man who had learned to listen to the land, to feel its pulse and understand its needs. And now, he would become a part of it, bound to the Arctic, bound to the icy winds and the endless snow. He would stand as the guardian, not just of the ice, but of the memory of those who had come before him, of the sacrifices made, and the hope that still lingered. In the distance, the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the ice in a soft, golden light. It was a small, quiet thing, the light, and it could have easily been overlooked. But to him, it was everything. It was a sign that the Arctic had begun to heal, that the battle had ended, and that a new chapter had begun. And he, standing in the heart of it, would be the one to protect it, forever. The wind howled again, louder this time, but he didn't move. He stood tall, a silhouette against the setting sun, the guardian of the ice. The land was his now, and he was its keeper. The fire crackled in the hearth, casting long, flickering shadows against the walls of the small, worn cabin. The wind outside howled like a beast, angry and unforgiving, but inside, warmth radiated from the flames, chasing away the cold. Around the fire sat the last of them, the survivors, the ones who had walked through the worst of it, the ones who had seen the unimaginable. Their faces were withered, their eyes tired, but there was a fire within them still. It wasn't a flame of hope or victory. It was something deeper. It was the fire of remembrance. One by one, they began to speak. The oldest of them, his hands trembling as he adjusted the worn blanket around his shoulders, cleared his throat. The firelight flickered in his eyes, casting a momentary gleam of youth across his wrinkled face. He had been there, at the heart of the storm, at the moment when everything had seemed lost. He had seen the monsters, the gods of ice and storm, rise from the very earth, their fury unmatched by anything the world had ever known. He had fought with them, against them, for the world he loved. But it wasn't the fighting, the blood, or the battle that weighed heavy on his heart now. It was the silence after. The calm that had settled, like snow falling softly on an empty field, leaving everything buried beneath it. It was the knowledge that even after all the sacrifices, even after everything they had lost, the world had moved on, and the stories they carried would soon be nothing but distant memories. "Tell it again," one of the younger survivors whispered, her voice hoarse. She had been there too, caught in the storm, feeling the ice in her bones and the weight of the beast's rage pressing down on her. But she had made it through. They all had. But at what cost? The old man nodded slowly, the words coming to him as if they had been there all along, waiting to be spoken. There was a time when the world was much different. When monsters walked the earth, giants made of ice and snow. We thought they were gods, unstoppable forces, and for a while, it seemed they were. We didn't know how to fight them. We didn't know how to survive. He paused, looking around the circle at the faces of the others, their eyes wide with something that wasn't fear, but reverence. "We were wrong," he continued softly, "we were wrong to think that we couldn't stand against them. But we did. We fought, and we won. But not without cost." The fire crackled, sending a few sparks into the air, and the silence stretched, thick and heavy. No one spoke. No one needed to. They all knew the price of their victory. They had seen the sacrifices, the ones they had made and the ones their comrades had made in the heat of battle. And yet, there was no bitterness in the telling. There was no resentment. Only a deep, undeniable understanding. The youngest survivor, a boy who had been nothing more than a child when the monsters first came, spoke next. His voice was quiet, but it carried a weight that surprised even him. "But the monsters didn't truly disappear, did they? They're still out there. In the stories, in the wind, in the ice. They've become a part of the world now, haven't they?" The old man's gaze softened. "Yes," he said, "they've become part of the world, and part of us. The stories live on, in the winds that blow across the tundra, in the crack of the ice as it shifts. In every snowflake that falls, there's a little bit of them. The myths, the legends, they're eternal." A shiver ran down the boy's spine, not from fear, but from something else. Something that made him feel as though he were standing on the edge of something vast, something ancient. Something that had lived long before him and would live long after he was gone. The fire crackled again, and for a moment, the world outside seemed to pause, as though waiting for the next words. It was as if the earth itself was listening for the echoes of the stories that would live long after they were gone. The woman sitting across from the old man spoke then, her voice trembling as if she, too, had just discovered something within her that she hadn't quite understood before. "But we're the last ones, aren't we? The ones who know the truth. The ones who remember what happened." The old man nodded, his face growing even more somber. "Yes. We are the last. The last of the ones who truly saw it. Who truly felt the cold and the rage. But it is not for us to carry this alone." The boy's brow furrowed, confusion creeping into his eyes. "What do you mean?" He leaned forward, eyes locking with the boy's. "It's our duty to pass it on. To ensure the stories live on, so that even when we're gone, the monsters will never be forgotten. The world must know that there was once a time when the Arctic and Antarctic gods fought, when the very earth shook with their power. We must tell the stories so that future generations will remember. So that they will know the dangers, the sacrifices, and the courage it took to survive. So that the legends never die." And so, they did. One by one, they took turns speaking, their voices blending into the soft hum of the fire as they told the stories. They spoke of the monsters, of the battles fought in the blizzards, of the cold that cut through the bones like a knife. They spoke of the gods, and the sacrifices made, the alliances forged in the heat of the fight. They spoke of courage, of fear, of everything that had brought them to this moment. But more than anything, they spoke of the land that had watched, silent and patient, as they had fought. The land that had endured the monsters and the gods, the land that would continue to endure, long after they were gone. The fire burned low, the night stretching on, and as the stories were told, the world outside seemed to listen. The wind whispered, the ice creaked, and for just a moment, the monsters were not forgotten. They lived on in the stories. They lived on in the hearts of those who had fought. And as long as the tales were told, they always would. In the silence that followed, there was a quiet understanding that the stories would live on, passed from one generation to the next, keeping the memory of the monsters alive forever. The wind howled outside, a mournful cry, as though it, too, was remembering the battles fought. The cabin was warm, the flickering fire casting shadows on the worn walls. Inside, the survivors sat in a circle, their faces etched with the years of pain and triumph. The last echoes of their struggles still clung to the air around them, thick like the ice that once threatened to swallow them whole. But now, there was silence, deep, heavy silence. Not the kind that comes with peace, but the kind that follows something irreversible. Something that can never be undone. A fire crackled in the hearth, and the old man's hands shook as he pushed the log into the flames. He had lived through the worst of it, fought the monsters, and lost so much. The memories were sharp, almost painful, but they were his to carry now. His to pass on. "We're the last," the youngest survivor whispered, her voice carrying a weight that was felt by all. The words seemed to hang in the air, unspoken but understood by every person in the room. They were the last to carry the truth. The last to carry the story. The monsters were gone, vanished into the winds and ice, leaving only their shadows behind. But the legends? The legends would live on. The old man leaned forward, the weariness in his bones heavier than the years that had passed. He could still feel the cold in his chest, still taste the bitter winds on his tongue. He could still hear the roar of the beasts, the thunder of their fury. They had survived because of a sacrifice, one that none of them would ever forget. And yet, the monsters were not truly gone. They would live forever in the stories they carried. He glanced at the others, their faces tired but strong. They knew, as he did, that it was now their responsibility. The truth had to be passed on, the tale told again and again until it became as much a part of the world as the ice and snow itself. It was a duty, an unspoken pact. The stories must never die. "We will tell them," he said, his voice low and firm. "We will tell them all. Every last one of them. The monsters, the gods, the battles we fought. They must know. The world must know what happened here." A heavy silence followed his words. It wasn't a silence of uncertainty. It was a silence of acceptance, of understanding. They had been through the worst, and they had survived. Now, it was time to carry the weight of the past, to pass it on. To ensure that the monsters, the gods, the struggles, they would never be forgotten. The youngest survivor spoke again, her voice trembling but determined. "What will they think of us? Will they believe the stories we tell?" The old man smiled softly, though there was sadness in his eyes. "They will believe. Because it's the truth. The truth has a way of finding its place, even in the darkest corners. And one day, they'll know what we knew. They'll know the strength it took to stand against those forces, the courage it took to face the ice and the monsters. And they'll carry that with them, just as we do." The fire crackled, its warmth a contrast to the cold that still lingered outside, and the stories began to spill out. One by one, the survivors spoke, each sharing their piece of the tale. Some spoke of battles fought on frozen tundras, where the wind cut through flesh like a knife. Others spoke of moments of quiet, when the world seemed still, as if holding its breath in the face of something greater than them all. And as each story was told, the weight of it, the heart of it, settled into the room like a thick blanket of snow. They were not just telling their story. They were passing on the legacy. They were making sure the monsters, the gods, the sacrifices, would never fade into the cold winds of time. The boy, no longer a child but not yet fully grown, spoke last. He had seen so much, felt so much, and yet he was still unsure of the world beyond. Still unsure of his place in it. But here, in this room, with these people who had shared the burden with him, he knew one thing for certain: the stories had to live on. It's not just about the monsters, he said, his voice soft but steady. It's about what we became because of them. It's about how we fought, how we survived. It's about how we came together, even when we thought we couldn't. Even when everything seemed lost. The old man nodded slowly, his eyes distant for a moment, as though seeing the past unfold before him. Yes, we were forged by that cold, that darkness. But we survived. And we must pass that on. So that others will know how to survive, too. So that the monsters will never be forgotten, not just in body, but in spirit. They will live in the stories we tell. The fire popped, sending a few sparks into the air, and the wind outside howled louder, as if the world itself was joining in. But inside the cabin, the silence was different now. It wasn't just the weight of the past pressing down on them, it was something else. Something deeper. A quiet promise that the legacy of their struggle would never die. That the monsters, the gods, the very earth itself, they would live on in the stories. In the telling. And so, as the wind screamed outside and the fire crackled inside, the survivors continued to speak. They spoke of the creatures, of the gods that had once risen from the earth's icy heart. They spoke of the battles, the alliances, and the sacrifices made to defeat them. They spoke of the price they paid to ensure the world would never fall to the same fate. And as each story was told, the monsters did not die. They lived on, not in flesh, but in the words. The words that would be passed down for generations. The words that would carry their legacy forever. The night grew long, and the stories continued. One by one, the voices grew softer, but they never stopped. The last of the survivors, the last to carry the truth, would not let the fire die. Not until every story had been told. And even when they were gone, their voices would echo through the winds and the ice, carrying with them the legends of the monsters, legends eternal.